Howdy ho ho, my good humans. How are you doing? As you see by the thumbnail, the title of this video, and what you see on screen before you today, we are in for a juggernaut of a video. We are going to be ranking the top 100 Xbox 360 games of all time, according to Loon and I. Loon, how are you feeling about this episode here today, my friend?
Um, yeah, it was difficult because it's also I don't think these are all entirely just our picks. I think it does feel a little bit as well like bending the arm of like because I think when we were making the list, I was like, I won't put too much Eurojank in because it's when it's like if we were doing it solely based on like what clicked with us on like the 360 gen, between the two of us, it's going to be completely different. It's kind of like trying to keep in mind the most critically acclaimed games also just throw in a few ones in there because I think we did throw a couple in there at the end, I believe, of
Yeah,
like truly personal picks, but we didn't want to like flood the list.
right. Well, and that's we were talking about it before starting up the recording. It's like we're trying to figure out exactly how we want to tackle this. Do we want to look at this and try to build the definitive Xbox 360 top 100 list, or do we want to really value our own personal opinion? And I think I'm always on the side of value your own personal opinion a little bit more than trying to be objective because I really don't believe in like objectivity when analyzing most entertainment. But I also think that like it can be fun to try to look take ourselves back to that time and remember the impact that some of these games had. And because a lot of these games, I think this is going to be a list where you really flex because this is your bread and butter, the Xbox 360 and just the Xbox ecosystem in general, where I am actually going back and playing a lot of these games now because I didn't have a 360. So, like Gears of War, for instance,
Mm.
I actually played through all of those in my adult years and not back when the 360 originally came out. So, I have a totally different perspective on it than you do. You know what I mean? So, I think we kind of got to balance some of that out a little bit, but I think both have to factor in. I don't think we can go too far in one direction or the other where it's like, oh, we got to take ourselves back to the 360 and remember the GTA 4 was groundbreaking at the time and forget that nowadays it can be a little bit rough around the edges. And I think you got to balance a little bit of both. That's how I'm looking at it. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think balancing a little bit, but then because when I'm thinking back to it, it's like yeah, it's fine to live in that like nostalgia bubble-esque thing. But like you said, like times change. If you were to hand, say, you drew the conclusion of GTA 4, if you handed that to anyone now, and had them play through it for the first time, they would say it's rough. There's not going to be anybody that would be like, "Yeah, man, this plays like flawlessly.
Of course.
It's impeccable." It's so I think it's always good to just kind of modernize your opinion in some way as well. Like, how's it? Because it is like it's a art form. How's it held up? Is it
Right.
actually fun to play now, like it was back in the day? Because that's even more impressive than if it isn't, in my
Totally.
opinion.
Totally. I completely agree. So I guess we'll go ahead and kick it off. And I changed the tier list here. We usually do S through D. There's not a D tier game on this list, in my opinion. I don't think there's. Maybe we could get to something later. I don't think so, though. I think the lowest we got here is C tier games. If you're talking about top 100 of any console, I don't think you're really going to get to maybe for like NES, what games with the smaller library. Um, N64 or whatever, maybe some D tier games fit in the top 100, but not for anything PS2 and prior generations. So let's go ahead and get this thing underway with Red Dead Redemption 1. All of this, I kind of tried to organize it, like CC, Grand Theft Auto together, some of the Call of Duties together, but it's sloppy organization. We're not really focused on that too much. I was thinking about maybe trying to go in and timestamp it to where it's, fuck it. We'll rank this bad boy and we'll do the best we can here. Um, hey,
Sounds good.
hey, go ahead, guys. Like the video if you want to see more stuff like this. If you want to see more rankings and more, if you want to see us rank other consoles, recommend it down below. We'd love to do some more top 100 lists if this does well. So hit us up and check out Loon's channel. It will be linked in the description below. So make sure to support that. Luna, are there any upcoming videos you got that are that are hot off the presses?
Um, no, it's still just going for Assassin's Creed Shadows. Jesus Christ, that game is long.
So big.
To be fair, I'm gonna put my hands up. It's me that's making it long. I want to put that like at the very forefront. You could easily blitz through the game fairly quickly, but I'm a Ubisoft shooter and I kind of just like enjoy clearing camps. So, boy oh boy, I'm like 25 hours in and I've still like done like 5 main missions.
That is so
So
funny, dude.
it's my own fault.
Well, excited to hear your final thoughts on Shadows once you finish that up in like 6 months. But today, I got to get your final rankings on some 360 games. Red Dead 1 is the first one up in the list to be ranked. So, I played this back in the day, never finished it, and then finished it 2 years ago, last year. I'm not really sure, but I finished it recently. I think the game is impeccable. I think it has an incredible story, incredible ending. I think that the evolution of the gunplay from like GTA 4 to this is night and day, but it's still, it's still a little bit dated for sure. Yeah, going back to it, it's still a little bit
Yeah.
dated. I would personally put this in the S plus tier. I think this would be somewhere in that top 15 range when we get to the end of it. Obviously, we'll get to that when we get to that, but um where would you rank Red Dead 1?
Yeah, it would probably be S plus too. We can. This isn't like once we rank it, it's solidified in there. We can move them
We
around,
can
can
move
we?
anything at any
So
time. And
yeah,
if this,
because that's what I'm thinking of. Like it made such an impact. Not what needs to also be taken into consideration is obviously, dude, GTA is like the main selling force of Rockstar games. For them to just be, like, yeah, let's make a Western game
yeah,
and it do just as well and dominate the market just as well and like resonate with people just like it shows just how much quality that they have as a studio. And it's kind of unfortunate that they've kind of the way they've gone with how development's dragged out.
yeah,
We don't really see them flex their wings as much.
it's so true, man. And then, yeah, going from Red Dead Revolver to that, like what an evolution just in that sense. But yeah, S plus tier for sure. The Walking Dead. So I played through this last year. The whole series. I don't really know. I guess we'll just do season one and I guess just season one. I think season two was a PS4 game, if I'm not mistaken. PS4, Xbox One. I could be wrong on that, but regardless, The Walking Dead, I think that fantastic story. Season one, incredible, incredible story across the board. I think they progressively get a little bit worse with each season. But if we're just looking at one and the impact that it had, it kind of revitalized the adventure game genre in some sense. I mean, there weren't really
Yeah.
the point and click genre had kind of died out at that point, and this sort of you saw the Until Dawns and a lot of the you could say Quantic Dream was doing this beforehand, but it never had the splash like The Walking Dead did. So importance, I would definitely put it somewhere. Um, just for the importance, I'd put it somewhere around the A, but the quality of the game probably B, I would think.
Yeah, it's so close to like climbing up into the S tier because what I'm thinking of as well is it's not only the game itself, the impact that it had
Yeah,
of spawning this Telltale game, this Telltale, like it exploded.
yeah,
And especially if you're truly singling out The Walking Dead season one, like for one, it's the best story that they wrote, and I think it was like nominated for several Game of the Years from certain outlets and stuff, which is like think about that now. Like
yeah.
that's we'll put it in A for now, I think.
Okay,
It could easily climb into S
perfect.
from its importance, depending on what else gets ranked in that.
Ah, shit. I accidentally included two Fallout New Vegases because I had them all the Bethesda games kind of right there together. We'll hold off on that one. We'll put them all together. I think that'll be fun. Um, all right. Max Payne 3. Phenomenal, phenomenal third person shooter. I would say arguably the best gunplay Rockstar's ever created still to this day. Maybe the best moment to moment just gameplay Rockstar's ever done still to this day, which is kind of
Yeah.
phenomenal. Incredible visuals for the time, blending from the cinematics back into gameplay. the dark storytelling with a slightly more, it's not as dark as Max Payne 1 and 2, but still gritty, but with a more vibrant atmosphere surrounding it, that kind of juxtaposition. Max Payne 3 is excellent. I don't think I'd go Red Dead tier, but I'd definitely go above The Walking Dead, probably in S.
Yeah, I'd put it in S. It's like you said, it's not as dark as the first two games, but do you know what it does? It oozes Rockstar's DNA of the first two Max Payne games are kind of they're not grounded in reality. They kind of have like supernatural elements. This is Rockstar going full in of like, all right, it's a cop that's down on his luck and everything, and is he's struggling with addiction, all of this horrible shit going on. So yeah, it just and like you said, the best gameplay that they've
Yeah.
ever made. I'd agree with you on that.
Loon, this is where you're about to flex your knowledge because for the next couple minutes here, I'm just going to be quiet and let you go. Two franchises that I've never really dabbled with. Like I said, wasn't an Xbox guy, and that's how I really made this tier list, thinking of you being able to flex your knowledge on some of these franchises and pass that wisdom on to me. So Halo and Call of Duty back to back. Hit me with your
Yep.
rankings, and you can actually, if you want to, you can rank this however you'd like. If you'd want to go one by one or pick them, however you want to rank these.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to a little bit. So, but I'll try and keep it, rapid firing and stuff. So, to be quick, was never really something for me. I'll be honest with you and put my hands up. I wasn't one of those people that did the LAN stuff. I never really played like. I remember dabbling in Halo 3's multiplayer, and it just wasn't for me. From coming from Vegas 2 to go to that, it didn't feel like there was progression systems and stuff like that. And I'm just not really like a because it's kind of like an arena shooter almost feel like a Quake and stuff, the way it balances and stuff. But you can't deny the importance of Halo 3. Like even if it wasn't for me, I didn't really care for the story. If it was me personally ranking it, it'd probably be like a B. But I think you'd have to put it up into S for the
Okay.
sheer importance that it had for not only the console um, alone, but like the impact that it had on other people was very very telling. Halo 4 is the weird thing because if it was my personal list, I'd be switching this
Hmm.
because I actually enjoyed Halo 4 more because of the gameplay and stuff. But if I'm trying to be a little bit more in the mindset of like what the best 360 games were for people, I'd probably put Halo 4 in B.
Okay.
I think a lot of people didn't really gel with it. Reach was kind of divisive. It kind of reminded me of New Vegas when it came out. A lot of people were kind of cold on it and then came around to it after the fact when Bungie left and then 343 picked it up. They're like, oh wow, I guess we didn't know what we had until we lost it.
Yeah.
So I think a lot more people are a lot hotter on it nowadays. And for me, it's the best in the series. But I hesitate to say like it's an S plus because that just doesn't feel right.
Do you think it's right
Stick
there
it in
along?
S. Yeah, stick it in S, and I'd put it in front of Halo 3 personally.
Okay. Would you put Reach in front of Max Payne 3?
No,
Okay.
not personally. No. ODST, put it in front of Halo 4.
Okay.
It's
Indeed.
it's a cool little sub like side story kind of thing. It does some cool little moments. It focuses on. It doesn't like fully go in the horror thing, but you're not a Spartan in that game. You're an ODST trooper, so you're a human basically instead of this super soldier thing. So you're
Hmm.
actually it brings the perspective down, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly from the camera perspective. So you see how big like brutes are and stuff
Oh,
to a normal
nice.
human instead of chief. So and you're a lot more less effective in combat. So yeah. Right,
I
Call of Duty.
yeah, I'm gonna
Or did
let
you
you.
have anything to say
Nope,
on
I'm gonna
Halo?
let you. I'm gonna let you carry us for the Halo and COD stretch.
So we'll do it kind of in release esque order. So if you want to start with all the way to the right with Modern Warfare
Okay.
4, um, S plus. This is the thing that
Woo.
put them on the map again. This was the game that kind of I know people liked Call of Duty 3 and stuff like that. This is what executed the competition because it came out big fisted. incredible strong campaign. The multiplayer was addictive for a lot of people, and it came at the very like almost beginning of the generation when the online functionality was really being pushed. So yeah, Modern Warfare 2, for me, I prefer it over Call of Duty 4, but I'd put it in S.
Now, where would you put it in S, my friend?
Just keep it there for now.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, it had probably it was available everywhere, obviously, multi-platform. So it made just as much impact on PlayStation as it did on Xbox, but kind of Halo 3 and Modern Warfare 2 go hand in hand for how much it kind of really drew to the forefront that online functionality multiplayer was the way forward for a lot of companies.
I was gonna say too, it felt
Um,
like Call of Duty was a little bit more Xbox centric in the 360 era. I don't really know why, but
yep.
like it felt like that was the place you played Call of Duty. Um, so I
They
mean,
had a temporary exclusivity with it for its content
ooh,
was
okay.
why. They had marketing rights and stuff. They had early, I think it was 1 month before everybody else, the map packs when they used to do that kind of thing until the next gen. When it was PlayStation 4, then PS4 purchased the marketing things for it.
Nice.
Um, Modern Warfare 3, I'll put down in beta.
Okay. Below Halo
I don't.
4.
Mm, no, I'd put it ahead of Halo 4. Keep it behind ODST though.
Okay.
It's just kind of like the fatigue thing. Too much of one good thing. Like if it was on its own, it's fine, but when it gets compared against the predecessors, it kind of lacks a little bit. I'm. This is going to upset people. I'm going to be very. I really can't put like entire bias aside from the Black Ops series. I really don't care for Treyarch and its
Ooh.
storytelling
Okay.
because I know that because you tried your first. Was it your first COD
My
campaign
first
last year?
COD campaign
I
ever.
couldn't care less about the convoluted BS of like that's it just doesn't yeah. I'm not there to play a Call of Duty campaign for that.
Oh wow. Yeah, I loved it, man. I had so much fun. I love that
I think
shit.
you'll actually like the if you went back and played the original Black Ops because it's got a very gritty tone. They kind of start losing it with Black Ops 2 and then Black Ops 3 they just it is a joke. You can put Black Ops 3 in C.
Okay.
Um Black Ops 2 probably had the same impact as Modern Warfare 2, so you can put them side by side.
And we'll lean towards your preference for Modern Warfare 2 over Black Ops
Yeah,
2. Okay.
yeah. But I can't deny like Black Ops 2 had like incredible community support and there was a lot of reverence for it.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing
Um,
is like, whenever my buddies who played Call of Duty, I would hear them say Black Ops almost more than I would hear them say COD. Like Black Ops kind of became a thing where it was like, is that a game? Is that a new game? But yeah, it kind of became its own talking point where people just started calling Call of Duty Black Ops for a period of time.
yeah. Um, Man, it does really suck because when I'm like I said, there's definitely a bias. But like the original Black Ops as well had incredible like it brought zombies to be taken seriously for one.
Mm.
For two, it had some of the most of all the times they've tackled multiplayer, this had the most creative ways of they've tackled it. You had gambling in this game. I don't know if you're aware. You had
Oh, I heard
wager
about that.
matches.
Yeah.
So you couldn't buy the currency. It wasn't like a microtransaction currency. It was a currency you're constantly earning after matches. You would then use that to purchase camos, weapons, and all this. But you had like wager matches where you'd actually then, okay, I'm going to bet money that I'm going to win this and stuff like that. So that was kind of interesting. I don't think they would ever be able to bring that forward again because they wouldn't be able to stop themselves from being able to buy the currency.
Right.
A tier for
Okay.
Black Ops, I think.
Yeah, while you were talking, I was actually thinking that's two things back to back that Call of Duty kind of created where modes or, divisions of their game where like people started calling it Black Ops for a while. And then people also would say, "Hey, you want to go play zombies?" as like without saying, "Hey, you want to go jump into some Call of Duty Zombies or some
But
Black
you
Ops
knew
Zombies?" Like,
exactly what they meant. You
yeah,
knew exactly. Yep.
I mean, that's a cultural impact that like I don't know if anything else on this list other than maybe GTA 5, but like it,
Gears.
for horror,
For those on for those on Xbox, like Horde mode was
yeah.
like that. Yeah, I can't wait to get to speaking about that.
Well, speaking of Grand Theft Auto, we got some
Back to
GTA.
you with your wheelhouse.
Man, I mean, hey, this is both our wheelhouse, though. We both enjoyed these games quite a bit. I played through GTA 4, replayed GTA 4 a couple years ago. I think that, and I replayed Grand Theft Auto 5 like last year. And obviously played both of them when they launched. And that same thing though, didn't finish GTA 4 until recently. And obviously I finished Grand Theft Auto 5 when it launched, but it, it's weird. GTA 5, I don't look at that as a 360 or PS3 title. I look at it as a PS4 title. And I don't really know why, because I mean it clearly came out 2013 and it was
Yeah, it
available
wasn't a
on,
simultaneous release. You had to wait.
yeah. Yeah, no, you had to wait a good bit until it came to PlayStation 4. PlayStation 4 wasn't even out when GTA 5 came out on the 360 and PS3. Um yeah, it's so Grand Theft Auto 4, I'd probably go S tier for Grand Theft Auto 4. I think it's really dated mechanically, but I think it does some really cool shit narratively and like the choices you get to make. Those are some things you really haven't seen brought back in a Grand Theft Auto game, or were ever seen in a Grand Theft Auto game before. And I think it's just narratively really, really strong. Like I said, gameplay is dated, and even from a 2008 standpoint, there were other like Saints Row 3 came out a couple years after it and just tore it to shreds gameplay wise. And I think there's a lot of other, third person shooters, Gears of War. You know what I mean? There were examples of what we were expecting for third person shooters, and that was just so far behind the times when GTA 4 came out, even at the time. So I'm gonna ding it a little bit there, but narratively it's super, super strong. So I'm thinking probably S tier. What about you?
So when I think back to it, because I didn't finish it at launch, I I don't think I ever finished a Rockstar game at that point. I didn't
Oh
finish
wow.
San Andreas. I didn't finish Vice City. They were always, I never viewed them as things that you beat, if that makes sense. They were just
Totally.
sandboxes, um, as it is what they did best for me. And that was when I was more. It was used as like a palate cleanser thing. You jump in, you piss around for like an hour, and there's no connection. That's how I felt. Like it's just a game that you can pick up and put down. And then, because it would have been fairly recently for me as well, in the past like 6 years, I went back and finished them.
Oh wow.
Um, and GTA 4, I think its own separate, like the vanilla campaign is A. The Ballad of Gay Tony is S plus for me. That was just so damn good. Like it's so much more enjoyable doing their missions. They added so much more variety. And then the Lost and the Damned. Uh, it's probably A again, so I'd probably put it in S personally.
You thinking above? Where are you thinking on that placement for S tier? Would you go above Max Payne 3?
Personally, I wouldn't.
Would you go above
If
Halo
you want to put
Reach?
it there, I wouldn't argue it because it's the kind of thing it's culturally significant. Every time a GTA game comes out, it's the vocal point for the coming years.
But I think if I was going to go back and play Max Payne 3 or GTA 4, I'd play Max Payne 3 well before
Yeah.
I'd jump back into GTA 4. So I'm cool with Max Payne 3 being higher. Once again, this is a blending of our opinion and the impact, the importance, all of that. But I weigh towards our opinion on things. If we both feel that way, that we both kind of like Max Payne 3 a little bit more than GTA 4 gameplay wise, and would feel the urge to go back to that before, I think that weighs on Max Payne a bit more. What about Halo Reach? GTA 4 ahead or below Halo Reach?
No. The thing is whenever there's a Rockstar title, it's so hard to argue it not taking the top spot in whatever category it's in. They are
Okay.
just they're untouchable almost. It feels
Yeah.
because they are just in a league of their own. So
Yeah.
it's like enjoyment wise, I probably would if I like you said if you was going back to it, I probably would enjoy Reach playing it more.
Mm,
But there's the type of things of like it's so many moving parts in a GTA game.
right. Yeah.
So it would be completely unfair to say that, yeah, man, reach above that. It doesn't feel right.
Okay. Well, we're in a really weird spot now because in terms of moving parts and complexity, in terms of maybe one of the most difficult to develop games of all time, I would assume, is probably Grand Theft Auto 5. You know what I mean? Swapping between the protagonists, the the level of detail with these worlds, it's just crazy, man. The level of just small detail around every corner in Grand Theft Auto 5, and it just replaying it last year made me. It, Unfortunately for Grand Theft Auto 6, it just raised my expectation to the next level. Like, I forgot how good this thing was, dude. I forgot how much variety was in the mission structure. That's something that a lot of people complained about with previous Grand Theft Auto games. And then it's like, oh, boom. Now you're going on heists. Now you're going, dropping down to the depths of the ocean in a submarine. Now you're jumping into a yacht party and then going into a MTV casting situation and beating up like it just elevated mission design to the next level. And yeah, once again, it's the unfortunate thing where it's like, how do you top that GTA 6? Grand Theft Auto 5 was a behemoth, and then not even to get into the online. I think when we get into online, though, we really do got to be kind of careful because I think we start veering into eighth generation territory where online really took off.
It
I don't.
wasn't it wasn't available at launch either.
Right.
So are you wanting to like view it through what you play now, or
I,
like vanilla?
I think it's okay to view the product like so if we play through the single player
Hmm.
now, that same single player was still available back then. Even if okay, we got the enhanced edition and like it's running at 4K or whatever, it's running at a more stable frame rate, we still see the product. The product hasn't really changed in terms of the content inside the box. Online is a totally different game. Like it's a totally different game.
Yeah, I think that also needs to be taken into consideration though at the same time of just setting that up to be what it is.
Yeah.
There's so many times where a game will lay the foundation because it wasn't that long of a wait. I don't even think to get online functionality for the game.
There was a few months,
It
I
was
think.
in within yeah, it was only a few months.
Yeah.
So because you look, the reason I'm drawing it out is because I'm thinking back to like Red Dead Redemption 2's online and GTA 5's online. Like you could easily just be like, yeah, here's an online mode, and then just leave it.
Mm.
This became a cultural phenomenon. Like this, it still is in the best-selling charts all these years later. Like you're talking like every now and then it gets dinged out, maybe when a big release month happens, but it always crawls back up. It's always in the most played and stuff like that. I don't think you can really argue that it can be in anything other than S plus. Like, and that's
Totally.
even with me. Like, you're definitely more a GTA person than I am. I think we said it before. Like with me with GTA 6, I'm not yearning for it. It'll come out when it comes out. I'm not really like, oh, I need to play it because it's weird. Because when I realized how much I liked story and like more like games, if that makes sense. Like I don't need experiences as much.
Mm. Like
I
you're cool with some linearity and some,
yeah,
you know,
so I'm not really because I'm thinking like, oh my God, how much time I'm gonna waste in GTA 6 just
totally.
doing mundane shit.
Watching
Um
NPCs walk back
yeah.
home and talk to their cat and like, God,
It's just like,
dude.
man, I don't, man, JRPGs take up enough time as is. That's probably going to be like double, triple.
Yeah.
Oh, God. But yeah, there's no deny. Like, I'll even throw. I don't think anything else tops it. I think this is the
Oh,
definitive number one, if I'm being honest.
I disagree. I
across the
disagree.
board.
I think
Really?
probably definitive for like if we were trying to somehow objectively take this in, which once again I think that's impossible. I think you can objectively make the case that this is the best 360 game of all time. I think that's a
Hmm.
actually a pretty easy case to make. But there's stuff I like a lot more on here. And I think there's stuff that we both like a lot more on here.
Yeah.
And once again, I'm going to lean towards if there's something we both like a lot more, we're pushing it above something that might be, in my opinion, I think we should push it above something that might just be better. Because listen, dude, there's a lot of all-time great games that I don't love, and there's a lot of all-time great games that you don't love. And so if there's something that we both love a whole lot, I think we got to place it ahead. That's my opinion. How do you feel about that?
I that's the thing that it's kind of like having to balance it because this wouldn't be an S plus for me personally. That's the crazy thing.
Okay, see, it would definitely be S plus for me, even just
See
based
that?
on my own enjoyment.
Yeah, because for me it would be other things come above it and stuff because it's more. I don't know when I get. It's so weird is how the brain works because it's like your brain draws conclusions so strangely. Because like I said, of like it's. I feel like I've played this before, but then it's like, well, why do you like Assassin's Creed? Then you dumbass, like you've
Yeah.
done that 150 times, and it's just like, yeah, it doesn't feel like exhausting for me to play that though. Like the fault, I don't know, the fault of playing GTA 6 exhausts me to think about.
I hear you. Well, hey, how about this?
Um,
How about we ask this simple question? I think it does belong in S plus. I don't
yeah,
think there's anything on S that I would rather play than GTA 5, but I would ask you this. Red Dead 1 or GTA 5? In terms of just your opinion, which
no,
game
Red
do you
Dead, easy. I don't even need to think about that.
I kind
That's
of agree. Yeah. So how about GTA 5 below Red Dead? I mean, I know that's crazy, but
yeah, we're doing it like entirely personal takes. I'd even put COD above it.
well, we can do that. That's fine. That's fine. We
No, no, but that feels that it's the thing of like that's just wrong though.
I,
It is just like I said. I when I'm thinking, you just can't like the Rockstar games have to be at the front of the list. They're just in a league of their own, even if I find them exhausting
All right.
sometimes.
Well, hey, this Rockstar game I don't think is going to be at the front of the list. LA Noire. It's a really good game. I would You're looking at me crazy. You feel differently?
Dude, I absolutely adore this
I
game.
do too. I do too. And so we can lean on our passion. I mean, an incredible game. I don't know if we're once again trying to weigh in the impact or any of that into the equation whatsoever. Definitely lesser so than a GTA 4, but I could. It's not a lesser impact than a Max Payne 3, so I think it probably does belong somewhere in that S range, somewhere in maybe the top 25, top 30 Xbox
Yeah,
360. I would love to, and they just bought or they just brought back the lead or the director or something for him to go and form his own new studio. Did you see that?
I didn't, but that's good.
Oh.
They got screwed, this team,
Yeah.
like big time. Um, what people tend to forget as well, because it kind of came out. I don't want to. It did feel like Rockstar were. I don't think they wanted this game to be a success. It felt they put so many roadblocks in its way, and even then, like you gotta put yourself back into the shoes of, dude. Facial animation was so bad in 360. This was the one of the first games where it's like, yeah, it was kind of uncanny valley because it was in its like first like stab at doing it, but full body, full facial scans and stuff. And they kind of had to like really exaggerate some aspects of it to be like, yeah, look what we can do, and it does look unnatural at times, but it's
Mhm.
incredibly impressive what they achieved. Um, as well as it just being a detective game that it makes you think, but it didn't. I don't know if you ever like got to any points in the story where it's like I don't know what to do. Like it was so incredibly paced and written to the point where most people can get through with it without a guide because it just made sense.
Totally. Yeah.
You'd be able to piece things together. And that's the beauty. The worst thing in a game like that is having like puzzle pieces and you having no idea. Like old point and click games where it's like, how did you draw? What conclusion led you to think that that would be a solution? This just makes you feel smart, and
Yeah.
that's the best thing that you can do in a deductive game. So personally, it'd be an S plus for me. Like I said, I adored every moment I spent with this game.
I
But
totally fine with me. I'm a okay with that. I love LA Noire as well. I mean, I would go below the Red Dead GTA 5. Would you go above Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4?
personally, yeah,
Okay. Would you go above GTA 5? I
I
mean,
would. But I would, as if this was a personal thing, I would. But I don't think that that makes sense in the
okay.
wider scheme of things. This does so much less, of
Yeah.
course, than GTA 5 and even Red Dead. There's not really. It kind of reminds me. Do you know what this reminds me more of? And you're probably gonna. I would hope you would agree. It feels more like a Mafia game than a Rockstar
Totally.
game because it has this open world, but it doesn't do anything with it.
It's backdrop only. Yep.
And yeah, the things that you're doing in the open world are visiting landmarks, which is cool, as collectibles, and getting into cars. That is it. And that
Yeah.
is exactly what Mafia 1 did.
It's the coolest shit ever where it's like combining Until Dawn and Mafia. Like, fuck yeah, dude. Sign me up for 800 of these. And not, it doesn't overstay its welcome at all. It's a fantastic video game. Now we're getting into a point, my friend, where things are going to get really tough for me.
Sweet
Sleeping
tip. No.
Dogs. Here's the thing, dude. I would put this above every game on the list, I think, but I'm not going to place this above Red Dead or GTA 5. I think it's more fun to play than anything on the list that I've played so far. Just moment to moment play. I could replay this every single year and never get tired of it. It is so damn fun. The combat is, it's, in my opinion, we're still waiting on a game, an open world crime sandbox game that is of this caliber in terms of melee hand to hand combat. It's the best in class. However, if we're trying to weigh in impact to some degree of this list, if we're trying to rein in and look at, okay, cultural influence and all of these other determining factors outside of our own personal enjoyment, which I think, like I said, it's a very small part of the pie when we're trying to come to our reasoning for how to rank these games. But if it's still there to some degree, it's lower than probably everything on the S plus tier, I would say. Better game, overall game, in my opinion, than anything on this list that I've played. But impact wise, it didn't really have much of an impact at all, if we're being honest. It's almost having more impact now in hindsight,
Mm.
unfortunately.
Yeah, it's kind of that. If there's anything that Square put out that isn't Final Fantasy, they kind of suffer that thing of like it releases and no one cares. Because what a lot of people also tend to forget, like as big as like Nier Automata was and stuff, the first Nier game, no one heard of it.
Right.
That when that came out and was like, nope. I remember Yahtzee covering it, and he was like jokingly like, "Oh, I've grabbed it by the scruff of its neck. It's walking through here thinking it can, go by without being like reviewed and stuff. No, I'm gonna see what the hell this thing is." And it's just the same with Sleeping Dogs, and the same with Deus Ex. Like these games just don't seem to do well for them. I don't know if,
Yeah.
and that's the thing, they do market them a lot. That's what I don't understand. Like, why don't people want good games?
It's crazy.
It's puzzling. Oh, where would you, of all the letters, where would you put it in
So here
minus the impact?
oh, minus the impact?
Yeah.
Above everything for me personally. But in terms of where I think it should slot in on this list, I would say top of S tier or behind Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4 and S plus.
Yeah, we'll put it behind Modern Warfare.
Okay. Thank you, my friend.
It's the thing of look, man, like you said, impact, yeah. It didn't make as big of an impact as like GTA 4 did. It's a better game than
It's a
GTA
better
4. It's,
game.
it's fun. This is the thing. Game. That word, fun. That's what it's meant to draw the connotation to. It's more fun, more enjoyable, more varied. The things that you're doing, the mini games in it, are actually enjoyable. In GTA 4, you go to an internet cafe. Yeah, that's gimmicky. I don't really care though. Like
Yeah.
it's not giving me enjoyment. It's more like, oh, that's cool that they accomplished that. Whereas in Sleeping Dogs and stuff, all of the mini games are just like, hell yeah, I want to like get a high score in this.
Right.
So yeah,
Assassin's Creed. So now we're in a very
God.
strange territory, my friend. I have played pretty much all of these games to some degree, but you have played through all of these games in their entirety, if I'm not mistaken. You finished all of these, right?
Mm, no,
Okay.
I still haven't. And this is where we'll just begin it straight up. I still haven't beaten Assassin's Creed 1 because it is miserable to play. It
Okay.
is quite simply some of the most clunky movement and stuff. The story isn't particularly interesting. It just you can tell that it was originally a Prince of Persia game, and then they just started doing weird stuff with it, and that's
Mhm.
why it spun off in the way that it did.
So
Its
that's the
its
one I played.
impact
That's yeah.
is incredible because it's obviously it spawned this incredible longevity of a series. It also inspired so many different ways of the open world of like opening up more with the viewpoints and stuff. Maybe to many games' detriments. I don't know even where to rank it because it's dog to me. It really is as a game.
I mean, then C probably. Impact for sure, but Black Ops 3 had Impact as well, and it's in C. So how about
Yeah,
we just place it above Black
yeah,
Ops 3? It's the first of the franchise,
yeah.
2007. We give it some credit there. Um, it's the one I've played the least out of these as well. I thought, going back to it, it was really, really rough. Assassin's Creed 2 is probably the one I've played the most out of all of these. I think it has incredible vibes, incredible atmosphere. I think it kind of is the perfect evolution of that format and really kind of with the blending into the crowds, and there were some real cool mechanics on offer with Assassin's Creed 2. And I'm not even sure were those in Assassin's Creed 1 because like I said, I've
Yeah,
played very little
yeah,
of.
you could blend into crowds and stuff. The thing that Assassin's Creed 2 did was just polish up the the parkour a little bit,
Hmm.
make it a little bit less janky, but it still is janky if you go back to it now, and just made the world that you're exploring a little bit more enjoyable. And man, B.
Okay. Okay. Listen.
I think I have a very unpopular opinion with the Ezio trilogy. A lot of people really, really, really resonate with two. I'm like completely like flipped. I I think it's okay. I think it's like a good setting of a foundation, but I oh no, there's no revelations.
Oh shit.
Womp, womp, womp.
I can probably add it real quick.
No,
Uh,
it's fine.
okay.
Because that you have the benefit of Brotherhood and Revelations side by side for me, which you have Brotherhood though. That's fine.
Okay. Okay. My fault. Uh, Um.
Um,
Did you want to go straight into Brotherhood from two or?
yeah, that's what I was gonna get at. I think
Okay.
so. Two is like a good setting foundation. It obviously introduces him as a character. The story's great, but the gameplay's still not there, and like it could be. Whereas in Brotherhood, it felt like just an improvement. And I think that's why they stuck with Ezio for so long. It wasn't just the fact that his story was good; they were still perfecting the formula.
Hmm. That opening set
So
piece in
a
Brotherhood is so cool.
yeah,
Where the like whatever the castle's getting toppled down and they're coming in and invading and you're.
Mongeriomi or whatever it's called. I think.
Yeah, you're running along the rooftops, this
Yeah.
big set piece. Yeah, the opening of Brotherhood's so sick. And I played a good deal. I've actually been playing that recently. It's fun as hell. So you're saying Brotherhood in A, did you say, or S?
Yeah. A.
I mean, I would say probably probably top of A. I mean, it didn't have as big of an impact as The Walking Dead, probably, but I mean, probably I would say much more enjoyable.
Mm, no, I think I'll keep it then.
At the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And like I said, who if you've played more of a game, then I'm gonna definitely lean towards your knowledge of it. Assassin's Creed 3, yeah, we'll go Assassin's Creed 3.
Mhm.
Um, I played like a few hours of this. I think the combat's really fucking fun in this. Like chaining, the parries together, and after you take out one dude, targeting the next, and like I think the combat is really really solid. It's a pretty boring ass environment. Um, and then once again played a few. Assassin's Creed is not really my franchise. I jump in for a couple hours. I'm like, really the one that got me is Odyssey, which I know is kind of crazy, the biggest fucking bloated thing. And I'm like, yeah, that's. But they introduced more of the RPG elements, and that's where I was like, ooh, I can make choices and. Okay, cool. But Assassin's Creed 3, I think you gotta show love for the combat. The combat's really, really cool, but I know it's much less of a stealth experience, and that is gonna have its negatives there for the people who want that.
So for me, this obviously, like we said, time and time again, these are our opinions and stuff. If you resonated with it, awesome. I can't remember if I wrote it in a comment or not, but what people need to also keep in mind when they're giving their opinions, especially on Assassin's Creed, at the very, very forefront of it is the setting. That's the main thing. Like
Oh yeah.
you can have the completely vast different what you said with Odyssey, you really clicked with it, but you may not give a crap about ancient Egypt.
Yeah.
You may not care about, 1066 England and stuff like that. That's going to make a really big difference as to whereas your enjoyment factor. I
Well,
could not care less
the American Revolution.
about the American Revolution because what really gets me going is exploring the environments and having something interesting with that. They're all just bog standard buildings or just very, very like bland woodland. That was it for the entirety of it. The combat's good. I also think it was one of the because they've done this a few times where they've focused on the wrong character, it feels like. I don't think you should have played as Connor. You should have played as his dad. His dad was the more interesting
Mm.
character because you get the interesting setup in the beginning. That's the thing. This probably should have been what Rogue is. Rogue's incredible, don't get me wrong. Which is also absent from this list, sadly.
God, my bad, brother.
um, and that was the first time that they truly tackled like the Templar side of things. But they kind of flirted with it in the beginning of this. For me, I think they should have focused on that story, but like enjoyment factor, C2. I think this is above Assassin's Creed 1 though,
Okay.
for gameplay and improvements alone, but it was miserable.
Black
Play through.
Flag is fucking excellent. I was actually playing this like 2 days ago,
Mm-hmm.
and I think this game is phenomenal, like fucking phenomenal. And then as I was playing it, I'm scrolling through Twitter that same day, and I see that the Black Flag remake kind of got leaked. That
Mm-hmm.
it says on the PSN store now that it's announced. The Black Flag is announced. So I was like, okay, well I'll pause on this and I'll jump into the remake when it comes out. This is a phenomenal video game. Like holy fucking shit. And then I'll lean towards your opinion because I know you finished it, but from the early hours that I played of this thing, this is like I would yeah, this is going to be the Assassin's Creed game for me.
So this is the thing that kind of annoys me with the series of when people get so defensive over like Odyssey and stuff like that and being like it's not an Assassin's Creed game and stuff. It's like Edward wasn't an assassin until the end of the game, guys. Like if you want to really be like a fan and like drill home like like, oh, this is the canon, this is the lore and stuff like that. Like you can't draw these weird lines in the sand. Like Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag is an incredible game. It's also an incredible Assassin's Creed game. It mixes the gameplay formula that you've been drip fed time and time again, also giving you an incredibly rich environment to explore. Cool little side quests and stuff, and a really good story. Because I think the finale to this story is it hurts. It really
Dude, even
hurts.
just that opening, like out the gate, go chase this dude down, go find him. Where's he at? I don't know. You figure it out. Like, that was so dope, dude. And that's not the type of gamer I am. I like the whole Bethesda formula of go here, now go there. It's like, but this just felt so immersive out the gate. That badass ship battle instantly when you start to get like this game, and then going from that Assassin's Creed 3 melee structure, and then adding in you got that in Black Flag, but hey, also you got naval combat that's like so complex and like this is a very very good video game. But I'm gonna lean towards you. Where would you put it on your list in terms of would you rank it above Brotherhood?
I would just as an aside as well. There was naval combat in three. These are things that they built off of. I don't think you played enough of it.
You
And
probably
you said
didn't
you
play
bounced
enough of it.
out,
I
so it's fine.
actually I
And it's the
think I
kind of
might.
thing. It was stiff. It
It's
was very
stiff.
stiff.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is the thing of like what Ubisoft does need to be like patted on the back. They introduce an idea and sometimes yeah, it does slip through their fingers, but something like that, where they've kind of brought that forward, even you know, there was naval combat in Origins and stuff, and so and Odyssey as well had a naval combat.
Yeah.
So yeah, they do amazing. This is one of my favorite Assassin's Creed games of the old formula because I kind of you do have to kind of like snap it in half with the RPG titles and
Totally.
then the old
Yeah.
formula. It's the best of the old formula. So I would be happy to put it in either of them two top tiers. Wherever you want to lead it with, it's
Well, I'm
because
gonna I'm
I
gonna
love
lean
it.
towards you on this because like I said, I haven't finished. The only Assassin's Creed game I've ever finished is fucking Odyssey. These are games I just kind of jump into for a couple hours, few hours, fuck around with, and then bounce off. Like usually they don't hook me. Um, but Black Flag, like I said, the only reason I put it down was because I saw that remake was announced. Like I'm definitely gonna check out that remake and play through this one because this is
Brilliant.
the one I've been the most interested in. But I want to hear where you would place it because you
It's
finished it.
it's the best Assassin's Creed game on 360. It's the best pirate game ever made. S plus behind Sleeping Dogs.
I'd be cool with
I
going above Sleeping Dogs. If you have it above Sleeping,
no no.
you don't think it's a better game?
I don't think as an overall product it's a better game. This
Okay.
it absolutely deserves to be in that very top tier. It absolutely.
Okay. Well, now we're going right into my wheelhouse. Saints Row. I understand this is I'm putting my bias aside. It's not going to go up super high. I get it, but I love this franchise so damn much, and I think they've gotten better with each entry in terms of the gameplay, obviously. But there's something about Saints Row One, the grounded, gritty, boots on the ground, street gang sort of I love that vibe for Saints Row One. I know it's way more scaled back, not as over the top, not as funny, maybe not as much character in terms of uh, big moments, and I get that. But man, I love the tone of Saints Row One. I would personally put Saints Row One. I don't think I'd put it S, but I think I would put it above The Walking Dead in A. I know it doesn't have the impact that The Walking Dead had. I get that, but man, I love that first Saints Row game.
I don't think I'm gonna really interject because I didn't click with the series until two. So you
Okay.
can put the first thing. Do you know what I do kind of like film?
What's that?
It really reminds me of the Fast and Furious franchise, where it
It gets
began
too over the
fairly
top.
grounded and then it just scales off and just gets so damn weird, and it just feels like that as a
I've
series.
never heard that comparison before, but that is so fucking spot on. That is
Mm.
100% accurate.
Like, what could we do
Um,
to make this insane? And then, you know, they get to the next thing. What can we do to make that? And it's just like, guys, Christ Almighty.
and the Saints Row reboot, you should have been playing as The Rock when it came back in 2022. Uh,
Family.
family. All right. Saints Row 2 is a better game than Saints Row 1. Gunplay is much improved. I still kind of like the vibe of Saints Row 1 a little bit more, but it is definitely a better game. Is it cool if I just go right above Saints Row 1 for Saints Row 2?
Um, yeah,
Okay.
go an A.
Yeah, just top of A. Here's where we get to an S tier, I think. Saints Row 3 is fucking phenomenal, in my opinion. It is, I don't think at this point we have seen open world crime sandbox style game. I don't think we had really seen this level of competency with the third person shooting mechanics. Like people forget how long it took this genre to kind of get up to speed in terms of the actual shooting, which is like a core part of the game design. And Saints Row 3 knocked that shit out of the park. So bombastic, so over the top, so silly, so fun. Story was ridiculous, but it just played so fucking well, man. I get people liking the vibe more of Saints Row 1 and 2, but the actual core mechanics, Saints Row 3 just eats its lunch. Um, I would go S tier, but I'm cool with putting it at the bottom of the S tier. It's just a clear separation above 1 and 2, in my opinion.
Yeah, we'll put it at the bottom of the S then.
All right. Saints Row 4, I would probably drop that back down to A. I think it's the separation, the leap forward from 3 compared to 1 and 2. And then I think we take a step back with Saints Row 4. It still plays incredibly well, but I think it goes, like you said, too far. Okay, now I'm going to become a fucking superhero. Like, I, all right, I get it, but it takes away pretty much every identifiable aspect of Saints Row whenever it's like, oh, well, I'm not even going to use a car because I can fucking zip around like the Flash.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Bottom of A. I'd agree with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't even put it on par with. Honestly, I'd be cool with going B if you're cool with that.
I think I feel similarly with that and Assassin's Creed 2. Yeah.
Okay.
They're kind of in that same wheelhouse of like they're not bad games. They're good games.
Right.
In many aspects of like breaking down the actual mechanics, they're great games, but I don't know. Other entries in the series are much more superior.
Yeah. I'd be cool with just leaving it right there, honestly, below AC2. Now this is your bag right here. Portal 1 and 2. I'm assuming I think you've told me you love these games, right? Or am I losing my mind? Oh no.
Never, no, when I mentioned it, I said I'd never played them because there was like a color thing that you had to do. And that kind
Oh
of like scared the
shit.
shit out of me. It was like, oh, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that like under pressure. If I have to do like puzzles under pressure with colors, like I'm
Okay.
not gonna be able to do that.
I've played
Um,
very little of either game. But I do know they are they had a massive impact when they came
mhm.
out. Damn. You
I
want I
believe
could remove
Portal
them from
One.
the
No, I think they deserve to be here. We know enough of them. I think Portal One was in the Orange Box collection, right?
hmm Yeah.
So that was Valve's like apology letter almost for having Half-Life take a million years. So I don't know what they're going to be compensating people with for Half-Life 3. Is Gabe going to give everyone a mansion, a trip to the moon?
He could. Fucking hell.
So my understanding is Portal 1 is incredible. It's just very short. Um, I would probably say it'd probably be in like Portal 1 is A and then Portal 2 is S. I think the thing is what people said about it was Portal 2 is a much better experience. It also has a co-op campaign, I believe. I don't know if Portal 1 had that. but I know they gave
Yeah, Portal 2.
specific levels to the co-op campaign. They weren't just like copy pasted from the single player.
Damn, dude, I don't know. I haven't played enough of these games to feel comfortable ranking them. I You want to do like a haven't played enough tier? Which, but I think those would be the only two games that would even be in that tier.
Yeah,
Um, that's my fault. I should have asked before and include them in there. How about this? Yeah, I'll actually. How about I just remove them? Because I think it's pretty simple to go in here. Yeah, it's super simple to go in here, and I can just grab. Hopefully that doesn't reset the entire
I
fucking
was about to
thing.
say, hope it doesn't reset it.
Whoops. Let's see. I don't think it will. And if it does, then I'll probably cry myself to sleep. Let's see. Boom. Portal drop down here. And Portal 2. Yeah, that's on me, guys. I could have swore you were a big Portal guy. I don't really know why I came to that
No, I absolutely
conclusion.
hate puzzle games. I don't know where you
I
drew that
I
conclusion
guess yeah,
from.
you okay, we're good. We're perfect. We're in business. Nothing had to get changed or rearranged there. So if we need to do that again, if we come across anything, because what I did was I just went through like, kind of
The
definitive
Metacritic
top.
stuff, probably. Yeah.
Yeah. Or honestly, I just like pulled up a list on Google. It's like a bunch of fucking 360 games that, yeah, these probably belong in here. Um, all right. So now let's hit back into presentation mode to get rid of these ads. And cool. So now we're in business. Now we're playing with some real heavy weights of the generation games that I think we have both played and finished every single one of these. The Bethesda lineup. Um, I know it's in a weird order here, and there's two Fallout New Vegases. I probably should have removed one of those as well. But anywho, how do you wanna rank the Bethesda games? You want to start off with Fallout since
Which
they're
one do you feel more resonance towards?
I so if we're just going fucking immediate rapid fire, I would go Skyrim ahead of everything, and then probably New
Yeah, we can go with
Vegas.
that. We'll lead off with Skyrim.
Okay, Skyrim would be the top for me. I would go Skyrim at probably S plus, yeah. I mean, Skyrim I would probably put above. No, I'd put Skyrim below Sleeping Dogs. But I understand impact wise, Skyrim should probably go above LA Noire.
Did you enjoy it more than LA Noire, though?
Probably. I don't know. That's actually really fucking close. Definitely
Yeah.
not more than Sleeping Dogs. Maybe a bit more than LA Noire. Maybe a bit less. I don't know. That's close.
Because I have obviously a big bone with Bethesda. I don't
Yeah,
like
they're
the
not your
fact that
favorite.
they've. It's not that they're not my favorite. It's just the thing of like they have the biggest voice for Western RPGs, and they continue to water down the mechanics and make it more and more simple and less impactful. And I think Multismal said it best. Skyrim, what people don't give it enough credit for, it has incredible amounts of choice. There's just no consequence. You
Hmm.
can choose so much stuff, but it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, the
That's
main story is a bit weaker than Oblivion for sure in terms of like, it, the things that you're going to choose to do and how they're going to branch. And yeah.
so. But like you said, you can't deny its impact when people are still drawing the comparisons to this day about a game that's released over a decade ago. Like that just speaks volumes. So it
Hmm.
may not be my cup of tea, but it has to. There's no way in hell that's not somewhere ending up on that S plus too,
Yeah.
even with my bias.
I mean, it with your kind of leaning negative on it, I would be happy to put it at the bottom of the S plus.
Mm, we can put it ahead of Black Flag.
Okay,
I think
right
more
below
people would
Sleeping Dogs.
resonate with that more so than Black Flag. But it's the thing of like where I'm viewing it is obviously impact and stuff comes in, but what gets trumped is how we felt about it,
Totally.
if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's trying to it's we don't have a perfect science and we're trying to come up with the formula and then you realize that there's really no formula and you just
No,
gotta you're having fun ranking some
we
damn
like
games.
games.
Yep. Having fun ranking some damn video games. We're not trying to put this to a science. So Oblivion, I think that I would probably go somewhere at the top of S. I don't know S plus, maybe below Black Flag or maybe right below Skyrim even. But I'm thinking somewhere either top of S or low end of S plus. Incredible main story. The arena shit is fantastic. The interdimensional, the first time you see like a whole world on fire, like there's cool shit in Oblivion, no doubt. But man, that combat is rough compared to Skyrim. And I know that's not the end all be all for RPGs, but it was crazy because I played them back to back. And then going into Skyrim and being like, oh my God. The level of the production quality in Skyrim is nuts, dude. For how well animated some of the moves are with your swords and how they cut to the cinematics after certain kills and like there's some cool shit going on in Skyrim. But better story, better role playing mechanics, and it is at the end of the day an RPG. So I'd be even okay if you want
And
to go above Skyrim. I'd be fine with that.
and we have to keep in mind it was very early in the generation. Very, very early.
2006.
Yeah. So and Skyrim was at the basically the end of the generation.
No.
A couple of years from the end of the generation.
I'm fine going above Skyrim. I'm not like dead set on it having to be below Skyrim.
It can go behind Skyrim, just for the fact that, like, man, the impact it made. I know that's not meant to be the forefront of it, but like Oblivion didn't make the wider impact that Skyrim did. You know, they didn't re-release Oblivion like 150 times like they did Skyrim.
Right.
That's telling. They've only just got round to quote unquote remaking it. That's meant to be coming out soon. So
So you wanted ahead of Black Flag.
yeah, I'll concede that.
I'm fine with putting Black Flag ahead of it. Totally fine. I would
You know
much,
what? Yeah, put Black Flag ahead of it because,
yeah,
man, COD, your horse armor screwed the whole industry. Screw you, man. And
dude.
that damn horse armor.
Like if you stack those two games up to me right now and said, "Hey, you can only play one for the rest of your life," or not, maybe not the rest of your life, if you say because Oblivion's so much bigger. But if you told me right now you can play one of these games, which would you rather play? It'd be Black Flag for sure. So as soon as that remake comes out, I'm jumping into Black Flag and finishing that bad boy up.
Are you gonna jump into Oblivion's remake?
Nah, I just played it. I just recently played it like last year or the year before.
That's fine.
Um, so it's still pretty fresh. But if I would have known, then yeah, I would have just waited. But all right, so New Vegas and Fallout 3
hmm
neither had the impact of either of the Elder Scrolls games. Maybe you can say Fallout 3 somewhat, but I don't think so. They're
I
just
think
not
it
as
has
good.
a very loud fan base,
Yeah.
but there's no way it had anywhere near the amount of impact. It's incredible what they achieved, because what also needs to be thrown praise their way. Fallout 1 and 2 are CRPGs. The original developer, was it Interplay, I believe, went under. They had to basically sell everything. Bethesda scooped it up on the cheap and basically made it's fairly a carbon copy of their way they make Elder Scrolls games, basically shoehorning that into a Fallout game and stuff, and they took creative liberties and doing stuff they wanted their way and stuff like that. I think Fallout 3, I know it clicked with one of my friends. I remember him being like a fairly tame gamer, if that makes sense. So, like, yeah, you play like FIFA or whatever. And I remember him getting like a copy of that secondhand like about a year after it launched. He wasn't somebody that would ever buy like a game day one. It would be like, oh, that's cheap, £5 CX. I'll grab that, check it out. He arrived at school on Monday morning and like he hadn't slept for the whole weekend because he'd done nothing but play Fallout 3. And he was like, "Oh my God, this is like," and that's the thing is that what I also need to keep in mind sometimes, like not to rib out console gamers as I am one myself, but they do get less exposed to expansive RPGs. So when they do get given like a Fallout 3, it is mind blowing back then for them.
Well, yeah, and you
Even though
also you got to keep in mind as well, like there's going to be just a level of interest out the gate when you say first person shooter. And oh, hey, as well, you got all of these deep role playing mechanics that you would typically expect in a game that to a mainstream audience doesn't look appealing because of the perspective. The top down, whatever the
yep,
case may be, the turn based. And now it's like, oh shit, I get to play this and it kind of looks like I'm playing a Call of Duty game, but I have all of these decisions I can make and all of these stats and progression. And like that's going to be appealing to a mainstream audience. So I think that if nothing else, you got to give Bethesda a lot of credit for mainstreamifying the Western role playing experience. You know what I mean? They took really deep mechanics and were able to fuse it into a appealing.
digestible, digestible format for a lot of
Yeah.
people. It doesn't take a lot of thought, but that's where it kind of burns me down the line. Like with Starfield and everything, it's like I said, with it being so watered down. But yeah, I don't Fallout 3 yes too.
Yeah.
And the reason I'm saying that is because New Vegas is S plus. New Vegas is so more intelligently written.
Yes, the story is so much better. But hold up, Fallout 3 S where? You want to go like above the Halo games, below the Halo games?
Yeah, just put it behind GTA 4.
Behind GTA. Okay. But yeah, Fallout New Vegas, like you said, no doubt, a better in terms of the writing, in terms of the story, no doubt on a different level.
Yeah, but I mean, I would argue there's nothing that New Vegas does worse than Fallout 3.
A little bit
The
buggier.
the game, I think a lot of people forget just how bad Fallout 3 was as well, though.
Yeah.
I think so much time has passed, and with New Vegas being technically the last, single player thing from that era of it's kind of like stuck in their mind. Um, it's much better written. The way they handle, because the thing is that vanilla like Fallout 3's ending is just bad. It shows the lack of forethought from Bethesda. Whereas in New Vegas, you're talking about a 1.0 version where they have every available, whatever you choose to do, there will be an ending. There's no essential non-killable NPC because you have the Yes Man robot that will always have an option for you.
Yeah.
You can go and like execute every single faction leader that you want, and there's still a way the game's like, okay, well, you still have a ending state, and that just shows the level of writing and intelligence at Obsidian on display. That
Yeah.
like, I really, really do wish that Bethesda would take inspiration from, because there's nothing worse than being like, okay, it's a role playing game and you're putting choice and all this at the forefront, and then you're like, well, I don't want to side with you. I'm going to destroy that faction, for instance.
Totally.
And then you go through with that action, and then all they do is get on one knee, tiny health bar, and then they get back up, and it's just like, my God, what? Really?
Yeah. It's
So yeah.
so for New Vegas, I'm assuming you'll probably put that above Oblivion.
For me, it's a better RPG than Skyrim.
So you want to go above Skyrim for New Vegas?
I would.
You want to go
It
above Call of Duty 4?
Nope.
above Sleeping Dogs, below Call of Duty 4. I'm fine with that. I love Fallout New Vegas.
Yeah, I think I'll have to go there.
That's totally fine with me. Um, all right. Mafia 2. So I tripped out for a second. I was like, was there only one Mafia game this generation? But yeah, Mafia 3 came
Yeah.
out PS4 and Mafia 1 obviously came out way back in the day on the PS2. So Mafia 2, I mean, tech wise, one of the more impressive things that I've seen the entire generation, the like full swap of the world that you're seeing, and whenever you enter prison, you leave a setting, and whenever you exit prison, you return to a brand new setting. Like that's you're still in the same city, obviously, but it's like time has passed and you actually see the evolution and how the cars have evolved and the infrastructure and the architecture of the city. Like there's some really impressive tech on display there. Like you said earlier, not in terms of the open world, the actual open world. That's the interactivity is really not at 11 like a Grand Theft Auto game, but the story I would say is stronger than most open world crime sandbox games. Um, Solid enough gunplay. For me, I would probably think somewhere around, damn, top of A, bottom of S, something like that.
Yeah.
You just want to
Stick at the
go.
bottom. Stick at the bottom of this.
Okay.
I think it does like it's immersion masterclass is probably the phrase I'd use with just being. I don't think people quite understand because it's not something that you give deep thought about when you're in it, and maybe not even back then. But like you said, going into prison, and then the moment you come out, you're hit with a completely different soundtrack and vibe
Yeah.
because it's like times have changed. It may not like for you, the player, not much time has passed, but you're talking years have gone by. Society's not something that stagnates. It's constantly moving. There's
Right.
constantly, progression. Like you said, the cars are faster. There's, I think even new weapons are introduced as well. Like it's, it's incredible. Just that thing of like, I think a lot of people take that for granted,
Oh yeah.
and I think that's kind of unfair.
Where are you at on Mirror's Edge? Are you a big Mirror's Edge person? I've played a very little bit of this game. It was one that never really
Don't-
quite clicked with me.
I have a very weird relationship with these two
Uh,
games.
okay.
I've finished both. I wanted to love both. They made it so incredibly hard to love both. It's such a strange series. It's because, like I said, it's even just the thing of like parkour puzzle esque is kind of the easiest way of describing it, and I just
Yeah.
didn't like, especially Mirror's Edge One. It felt frustrating to play at times.
Yeah.
It's incredibly impressive what they accomplished with the movement, but boy, is the game frustrating to play. Yeah, how much did you play on it?
Not a lot of the Mirror's. It was kind of that thing to me where because I went back to this and I was like,
Yeah.
wait, so you're telling me I can play this or I can play Dying Light where I get to do the parkour plus kill a bunch of zombies? So I was like, yeah, well, fuck, I don't really have a ton of interest in this, but eh,
Without this game, I don't think we would have got a Dying Light
that's what I
the
was
way that
about to
we did.
say.
So
Yeah,
I
the
think
impact.
I can't put it in C tier. End of B is
Okay.
as like generous as I can be. It's just not. What's even more puzzling is they gave it a sequel and they retold the same story, which was even more. It's such a strange IP. It's like
Yeah.
why? What on earth? You
Well, dude, we're at that point now where you talked about earlier with Gears of War and the interesting ranking that we might have to run into here because of the time and place thing. Because time and place, if we factor that in at all, Gears of War 1 is S plus. If we don't factor that in, it drops probably all the way down to like A or B. And that's the really weird thing where how much are we going to weigh that into our ranking? And I think we probably should
Uh,
weigh it a good deal because this is the Xbox 360. Like this is the game that because you can't really say that about Halo. You know what I mean? Halo was the original Xbox game. Gears is the 360 thing where it's like the new kid on the block kicking in the door. That it made a huge impact for the 360.
yeah.
People bought systems for this game.
Yeah, I think as long as we're highlighting it as well of its importance, and not even just for the 360 and stuff, like what people seem to tend to forget is that I was this the first cover-based shooter?
It wasn't the first. It was
Like in the way that it did the snap cover thing. No other game did that.
there was I forget the name of the fucking game and damn I'm totally blanking on it. There was one game on the PS2 that was like just before it, like 2004,
But it didn't
2005.
feel. I know what you're saying, but it didn't feel this clean. It's
Totally.
kind of the thing of like you can't with like when people draw the conclusion of like Resident Evil 4 being the first to use the camera when kind of what was it? Dead Aim did it first. One of them did it just before it. It just didn't do it as well when it kind of gets slept on. It's in that same vein of like technically RE4 didn't use that, but it perfected it to the point where it was tolerable and actually playable, and it didn't feel clunky and frustrating.
Yeah,
So I think that's kind of where I line with Gears of War. Like it's the thing of where it showed what it should have been.
totally.
That's the foundation as to what you should build off of. Um,
It's just a good game. Like you can say certain things about how it moves and feels and all that, but like
yeah,
it's a good playing strong video game, man. Like I would struggle to see this lower than I'd probably say somewhere in S, man, or above even.
have you've played all of them now?
Yep, I've played every Gears game and finished every Gears game.
Uh, I wouldn't be able to put it in anything higher than A. That
Oh,
first game, it's fairly when you're having to factor in the entire series. Because I'm thinking of like with what you're talking about, like impact and stuff like that. Thinking of like Gears of War 3 being so resonating with like so many different modes, horde mode, really showing like PvP at the forefront and stuff. Whereas this kind of only had the single player to like back it. It did have multiplayer, but it was fairly underbaked,
well, let's go
and
top
it
of A.
didn't. Yeah,
That cool?
yeah,
Go above Saints Row 2. And I know Saints Row was exclusive to the original Xbox, the first game for a while. Um, or, console
it never got
exclusive.
a. Did it? It never got a PlayStation port, did it? The original?
Yeah, I don't think so. I still don't think you can play that game. They should package those and
Yeah.
re-release Saints Row 1 and 2. But yeah, it's so tough for me not to put this in S though. Like I see the Halo games there and I'm like, man, I just don't feel better games like you said probably, but I just don't feel like they had the same impact that the first Gears did
Mm,
out the gate. And maybe, yeah, maybe my perception is off. You were much more entrenched in the Xbox ecosystem at the time, but from the other, I'll say this, from the other side as someone who had a PS3, Gears was like the game that I wanted to play, but
yeah,
I'm
it's
also not a
much
first
more.
person shooter.
Yeah, it's yeah, I could see that. Gears 2 was a step up in many ways, but I don't think. Well, I shouldn't say.
Man, that boss
It
fight,
felt more of a sidestep than a step forward. There were things that they improved, but it didn't feel. But that boss, the worm.
dude, it's so fucking sick. Here's what I say. I say we should probably put it right below Gears of War 1 in the A tier. I
Yeah,
know it's a better game, but the
yeah.
impact it's not
No,
the
I
same.
think. Yeah,
Um Gears of War 3, so this is where I'm taking myself out of the equation because I'm not the multiplayer guy. And from all accounts, multiplayer in Gears of War 3 is like the pinnacle, right?
Um, for the 360 games, absolutely. Like Horde mode was their most intelligent thing they could have added. It just it really sucked people in, and even just the basic PvP multiplayer, like it was good. The map variety was there. I will say it had some really. You've obviously played it. I'm not going to spoil it, but it had some really heavy story moments.
Oh yeah,
Um,
the one in particular. Not to we ain't got to
mhm,
spoil it, but the one was
yep,
like, yeah.
and that's kind of like because Gears of War tried to do that, the first one, I mean, and
Hmm.
it you know, it did that with a character that's like I don't. Uh, there's no connection there. So the impact of having it done to a character that's been there many times was a lot more impactful because what I would personally, I think they're all just A games. I don't think, for me personally, any of
Mm.
them get into the S tier game.
So Gears 3 at the top of A.
I would put that
It's fine with me. It's fine with me, man.
because I have also the opinion, and this is like I said, all there's opinions and stuff. Cover based gameplay like that, I don't like it being the core of that game. Does that
Like
make
the end
sense?
all be all. Like you
Cover
can
based
have it, but
gameplay, yep, it needs to
right.
have something else because then you get into the thing of like, well, Kane and Lynch does Kane Lynch 2's the same like quality of this of cover based like with the weird shaky ass camera and stuff. It's just got naked old man ass cracks on display extra.
I know
It's
it's crazy to
I,
say, but like Mass Effect 2, even, it's kind of a cover-based shooter, like, but
yes,
then
and
it's
it
this,
is.
yeah.
Same with Mass Effect 3 as well.
Oh yeah,
It
right, right,
was
right.
they really like heavily nailed that, and it's the thing of for me personally, and this is I just wanted to get like this off my chest. The game setting genre kind of esque thing of where I want to see cover based in that sense is stealth games. I think that is the perfect pairing.
Hmm.
Is if it's
Yeah.
stealth is when that works. But when it's a shooter, it's just like man, not really engaging
So
personally.
we have the Arkham games here, Loon. This is where we might have to come to blows. I think these are both S plus. I could settle with Arkham City being S. I think Asylum is S plus. I think Asylum is probably my favorite game on this list. I'm not saying we got to put it at the top, but I think it's my favorite game. Arkham Asylum is probably my favorite game on this entire list. I don't think that we're still iterating on this combat system for melee
Hmm.
games. Like we still haven't figured out the proper evolution from it because in 2008 it was like almost solved with Arkham Asylum or '08 or '09 whatever. It was like pretty much solved. It's like here, we fixed melee combat forever. For the rest of forever, here's flow-based melee combat. You can iterate on it, but this is pretty much the formula. That's crazy.
Yep. Because it shows that once you find something and it works, you don't need to change it.
Yeah.
It would be like turning around and being like, we need to find a new solution to spice up FPSs, but find a different way to ADS. Oh, you figured that out. You don't need, no, you've done it. That's it. Focus on other aspect. And it's the same with the Batman games. The only way that, and they did it with Arkham Knight and stuff, the only way that you can kind of adapt with it is by making more difficult enemies that test you with your combo and your memorization of the flow and stuff like that. But no, they had it down to a T in, like you said, 2007, 2008 when this came out. To the point where also what needs to be thrown praise its way. You could even argue this is the game that made superhero games be taken seriously again. This is no like, oh, that's cartoonish, childish.
Not
No,
a
it's
movie
dark, gritty
tie-in,
Batman. Exactly, not a
own
movie. It was on
story.
its own thing. It was forging its own path to the point where Spider-Man even looked over its shoulder and was like, "Oh, we're going to do that."
Absolutely.
It adopted its combat system and even not even just its combat system, its mission structure in certain parts. You think of like Spider-Man of PS4, it's doing stealth
On the
in the way that Arkham
gargoyles.
does it.
Yeah.
And it's just like, what are you, Spider-Man, dude? You're in a bright red suit. You're not a stealthy guy, man. You jump in front of stuff. Like you're
It's
not
funny,
some
man.
yeah.
Yeah, so here's the thing, Loon. For me personally, I'd put it ahead of Red Dead 1. It'd be number one on S Plus. I understand if we're doing impact, it's not as impactful as Red Dead. I don't actually know about that now that I'm saying it. It's not as impactful as GTA 5, of course,
No,
but I would kind of make an argument that
yeah, I'd
so
agree with you.
you tell me where you would place it, and then we'll kind of work our way through this one.
So I never played it at launch.
That's okay. You free played it.
I
There's
played it. I played it. I did Arkham Knight first, then Origins, then one, then two. So when I did get back round to it, it is a bit stiff. It kind of what kind of made me laugh is I went back and also watched the old Batman movies. That first Batman game, the way he just moves around the environments when he's not in combat, it does feel like what was it, George Clooney or whatever it was, where it had the fixed thing where it does feel a little bit stiff, and it's just
it
like,
turns
yeah,
it.
it does kind of feel that way. So it feels a little bit dated in that, but everything else, like the
Well,
fake out scene,
let me ask
like
you this. Are you a city guy or an asylum guy?
I'm a city guy.
Okay, well,
I like the more open approach. But then you did lose stuff with that. This is the thing of like I can't say that City is objectively because you think of like Asylum felt more maybe you'll disagree. It felt more horror-esque, if that makes it.
yes.
It's much more darker, much more claustrophobic, so you feel more vulnerable as Batman.
The asylum is the main villain. Like that's where obviously into uh, it's not technically the main villain. I totally understand that, but as you open it up with City, that claustrophobia is completely gone.
It's like Silent Hill, if that makes sense, where the city has a hold over the character. It's not doing anything itself per se, but it has so much influence over it
Yeah.
at the same time. Um,
So let me go ahead and I'll throw this out there to you, and you can tell me if you want to. I would be fine with putting City ahead of Asylum because I know that it seems like most people view City to be the better game, and so I'm cool with leaving that room there for my own personal bias to fall by the wayside and just acknowledge, okay, City takes everything from Asylum in terms of mechanics, adds new mechanics to it, and gives you a big open play space as Batman to go and glide around in. I personally like Asylum more, but either one of those I'm cool. I think
no, I'd be fine with it taking the hat. It did so much, and I don't think it's as big of a downgrade as like when I envision like Gears of War 1 to 3. There's not as much that it got like wrong. I'd be happy putting Asylum above City.
So are we thinking ahead of GTA 5, below GTA 5, ahead of LA Noire, below LA Noire? Where are you kind of thinking? I would
Uh,
me personally, I would definitely go at least one of the games ahead of GTA 5. For me personally. I'm cool with Red Dead being at the top if you want Red
yeah,
Dead at the
I'm
top.
fine with that. I don't
Okay.
have that much care for GTA 5. I definitely, yeah,
So, you want to go Asylum or City at the top ahead of GTA 5?
oh, Asylum.
Okay.
I think
And
its importance of influencing so much as well can't be understated. It's not even just the fact of like the combat that it had impact on, the effect it had on superhero games and stuff like that. Like, yeah,
do you want to go City below GTA 5 ahead of LA Noire or below LA Noire ahead of Call of Duty 4 or below New Vegas?
I would. We'll sandwich GTA 5.
Okay.
Let's put it on the other side of it and then ahead of LA Noire.
I think that sounds about right. Origins is interesting. I think Origins probably has the best story out of all of these games, even Night included. But it just doesn't quite have that rock steady polish. I know that's a weird thing to throw out there, but the movement, the combat, I can't really even articulate it correctly, but it doesn't feel as rock steady fluid. It's still 75% there, 85% there, whatever, but it's not that 100% rock steady like the counter system doesn't flow as like there's just something that's a little bit off. But the story is fucking incredible. So, at best Alfred
Correct.
story maybe in all of Batman media. Go ahead.
Correct me if I'm wrong. This is the Gotham Knights team, right?
Yes, yeah. Yeah.
So, I mean, I think they did it in both. It just also the difference in City is that it feels like there is stuff to do. In Origins,
True.
they don't utilize the city, and they didn't utilize the city in Gotham Knights either. It's just
Oh,
something they kind of remind me of the Mafia devs. They don't know what to do with an open world setting.
yeah.
Maybe what they should have been given is just an extremely narrative, linear structure and just having you go to locations rather than giving you a map to travel to said locations.
Right.
I think that could have probably made it flow a little bit better. It would have also allowed it to kind of seriously be disconnected because they don't acknowledge its existence anyway
No.
for whatever reason. It didn't get put into the HD remasters. No one talks about it. Like it's just crazy how much it's shunned.
I still
But
do think this is enough of an Arkham game to be really fucking high on this list though. Like I would be fine with it going
I
below
would put it next
Mafia.
to Mafia 2.
Bingo.
Personally,
We're right
I
there.
think it's the kind of thing of like what I was saying with them struggling to crack an open world formula.
Yeah. No,
So
I completely agree. Mafia 2, that was exactly where I was going, right below Mafia 2. So we're in sync on that one. Now we're back to the Loon stretch. Borderlands. I'm not the Borderlands guy. I've played a little bit of Borderlands 1 and I was like, I don't want to do this. But I know that you have a little bit of nostalgia for this franchise, if I'm not mistaken.
um yeah, mildly. I don't like Randy Pitchford. I'll have every opportunity I can to put that man down. I will. Fuck him. Um, I didn't. I came into Borderlands 1 late. I had a friend that was massively addicted to it, and I never understood it. When I was watching him play, or would play like, because it was one of the very few games I did get exposed to like split screen co-op. It just felt like a single player MMO to me. There's so much grinding there and it just with the way they handled you had gun proficiency is what it was called, so you sucked ass at like every gun basically. Like when you had a sniper rifle, it wasn't steady aiming, it was wobbly as shit until you kept using it and getting more and more and then it became more usable. But the thing is it did carve out its own niche. That's the thing. It definitely did ooze the 360 generation in its DNA of being the thing of like couch co-op, kind of like with Gears of War.
Would you
Borderlands
go?
1B,
Okay. I was about to say, would you go
I
above
would
Assassin's Creed 3?
I would put I would put it above Halo 4
Okay.
and then just leave it there. Borderlands 2 is a massive step in the right direction. They kind of figured out what they were doing. Um, like I said, it had the MMO kind of single player vibe. They actually brought like raids into the game with this and had like repeatable boss fights that actually took thought to actually overcome them. It wasn't just heavily stat based, like you did have to think unless you became so overpowered. Um,
S-
hmm.
So we're thinking A maybe or top of B or
For me personally, it would go into the A. I think it wouldn't surprise me if people like argued for it to go into the S because it
oh
really
wow.
did make a massive impact with what it did.
I'm fine with
I
this.
would
Would you go ahead of Gears 3?
personally no. That's the
Okay.
thing. And that's where we have to kind of like drag what we. I don't. I would put it above Saints Row 1.
Okay, below Saints Row 2. That's fine.
Yeah.
Cool. And then we're back to you again, Left 4 Dead. This is not my bag whatsoever. Um,
Yeah. It's Valve's very weird. They have a very strong like opening to a game, like a very strong first release, like Left 4 Dead 1, for instance. They didn't have to make a sequel. They could have just kept that, but Left 4 Dead 2 improves on it in every single way. And it's the weird thing of like it kind of makes it obsolete because they even pulled all of the maps from Left 4 Dead 1 into Left 4 Dead 2. So it doesn't make me feel as bad to say Left 4 Dead 2 beta because there's no point in playing it now. There is zero point in playing when Left 4 Dead 1 is beta. Left
oh,
4 Dead
okay.
2
Where would you go B
would
tier?
be
Like above
um
Borderlands, below Borderlands?
put it next to it. It made probably just as much impact
Next to it, below it, or
ahead of it. I think
ahead of it?
it's a better
Okay.
game.
And then L4D2?
Left 4 Dead 2 S to put it next to
Ooh.
Origins. It's the thing of it. It's never been replicated in that manner since. And I don't think you ever can because the way people are drip fed content nowadays, you can't make a game like this and people will get invested into it. This is something where they put what they put out and then it's infinitely replayable, but you can't ever do that again. It's a weird like time capsule. Because if you try to make a game like this exactly in the way they've made it, because they tried to do it with like Back for Blood and it doesn't work. Nobody wants that anymore. It's so weird, so strange.
Yeah. Dishonored is I know this is a game that we both have a lot of love for. I I think when looking at this ranking, it's starting to get to the point where it's really tough for even really good games to crack a high slot. I like Dishonored a great deal. I would struggle putting it above. It's probably somewhere in the S, I would assume. Would you feel the same way?
Yeah.
I would really struggle putting it ahead of Mafia 2. Um,
No, I think that's fair. I think having it tagger just behind it is completely fair. I think it's
but Left 4 Dead 2 as well. Like that's fucking a huge impact, man. Would you put Dishonored ahead of Left 4 Dead 2?
okay. Because I'm thinking of like like it's not really technically an immersive sim, but it kind of borders along that stealth immersive sim-esque thing. It kind of gave them the bones and DNA for like Prey. Um,
It's pretty immersive semi. I'd throw it in that bucket. It's more so immersive semi than like a BioShock, and obviously BioShock inspired by System Shock, and then Dishonored kind of. Yeah, I would say modern day immersive sim. Sure.
I would. It's literally a coin flip whether it goes ahead of Left 4 Dead 2 or behind it. I'll leave it up to you because I think it's the kind of thing of like both of them games had the same impact on its fans of genre, if that makes sense.
Right.
Like this kind of reignited stealth immersive sim-esque games.
Well, how about this?
Um,
How about since we both like it a lot, we go above Left 4 Dead 2? Do you like
yeah,
Left 4 Dead 2 more than Dishonored, or?
no.
Okay, so well, yeah, that's pretty easy. We'll just drop it right ahead of it. We both enjoy it. Um, Dead Island 1. So here's
Oh,
the
what a
crazy thing,
game!
Loon. I don't know if I told you this. I've never played Dead Island 1. I played Dead Island 2. That was my first time jumping into the Dead Island
Oh
universe.
my God, you missed out.
Well, that I guess I probably should have said this at the top of the show. I missed this entire generation pretty much. I wasn't playing games at all during this generation, so I've been having to catch up a bunch, and that's why once again talking about having to weigh our now thoughts as well, because I missed a good majority of these games during this generation. I'm having to jump back into all of them. So Dead
I'll take
Island
it away
1,
then,
yeah.
if you like. First of all, ding it immediately. Oh my God, it was one of the original games that took the BS trailer format and just lied to the player like Watch Dogs 1 did. Like, come on, man. Really? um it is a product of its time.
Yeah.
It is so similar in design. I don't think many people like even notice it, but it is so similar in design to like Borderlands. It is just I don't know what it was at this time. It was like people had identified that you can't make a World of Warcraft like competitor. So we'll just make our single player games like feel MMO and like have leveling systems and fetch quests and stuff. And it's just like, okay, cool. Um I think a lot of people have warm memories of it though. It's kind of the game that it dropped in price fairly quickly. Tons of people were given it with games of gold. It was a goofy co-op experience. I would put it ahead of Saints Row 1. I don't think this is a better co-op experience than Borderlands 2.
Okay, yeah, that's totally
But
fine.
it does the same thing almost.
Tomb Raider, the definitive edition, or not, it doesn't have to, the version I played was the definitive edition, but the reboot 2013.
Yep.
Um, I think this is like a fantastic video game. I think this is one of the best third person action adventure games that has ever been created. It is fucking incredible to play. And I think that Uncharted gets all the praise in the world, deservedly so. But in terms of gameplay, I think I would take this over every Uncharted except for 4 and Lost Legacy. Like the gameplay of this feels top tier, dude. Um, I would struggle to see this any lower than high up on the S, in my personal opinion. What do you think?
It's in S plus. It's ahead of Black Flag.
Oh, right below Skyrim?
Yep.
Perfect.
This is because what people also need. This is the 360, right? This is the 360 that we didn't get Uncharted, man. You have to
Right.
understand like how important it was to get a game like this on the
True.
360.
That's true.
So yeah, all of them Uncharted game. What would it have been? 3 would have been out by then.
Yeah, 1, 2, and 3 would have been out by then.
Yeah. So we're looking over the fence and being like, well, I want that.
Yeah, I feel you. That's how I felt about Gears of War.
Yeah, Tomb Raider. Absolutely incredible. Personally, if it was us ranking all of them, that would be pushed down to S for me personally, and Rise would have been the S plus game. But on this list, as it is an S plus.
And Shadow is incredible as well. If y'all haven't played those games, man, I highly recommend them. And speaking of a game that has not been played by The Witcher 2. So this is another one of those weird cases where they announced that they were remaking The Witcher 1 like 3 years ago, 2 years ago. And I was like, oh shit, yeah, well that'll probably come out in the next couple of years. I don't think that'll be this long in development thing. Well, they're just beginning like fucking pre-production on the thing. That'll probably be 2030 something. And so I put off playing The Witcher 2 because I was like, well, I'll play The Witcher 1 and then I'll go straight into The Witcher 2. I love The Witcher 3, which I think is where most people probably got their jump into the franchise, the casuals, the normies like myself. But The Witcher 2, I've heard great things about the story, maybe not so great things about the combat. Would that be correct?
Yeah, this combat is terrible. It's an acquired taste. It's the thing of like what people need to keep in mind is that they really blew the doors off with The Witcher 3. I know it gets tons and tons of praise, but it is when you look back to them basically being they were essentially Eurojank.
Yeah, they were
being honest before The Witcher 3. Like they were at the top tier of Eurojank.
Yeah.
Their combat was a lot better than Arisen and stuff like that, but they still had oh my god, it was just it really wonky, weird systems, doesn't make sense.
It's
strange rules that you have to adhere to.
Dude, it's Avalanche going from Disney Infinity to fucking Hogwarts. Like it's a crazy leap. A crazy leap. GTA 2 to GTA 3 style leap.
And the only thing that they that didn't take that leap because they already had it was the story. Like the storytelling and the presentation of how they unveiled that story, that's always been there with The Witcher 2 into The Witcher 3.
So, how do you feel about the combat? How much would the combat pull the game down in this ranking versus how good is the story to push it up in this ranking?
That's so, so difficult. Because this is what annoys me, is that people shower praise on Skyrim, and to me, the combat is terrible.
Oh, really?
I don't think it's all that. I think that the combat is very binary. There's not much to it. There is a lot more full Witcher 2's combat, even though it's clunky. There is a lot more strategy. That's the word I was looking for. Strategy. You can't just like brute force a lot of it. There's using the signs in particular ways and stuff like that. And the thing, even with this, like you also need to understand. You need to learn the world. Is what they would slap your wrist and you couldn't swallow potions in combat. You had to take them before combat. You had to be planning. It was much more of a Witcher. You don't envision like Geralt in the middle of a fight just chugging a swallow potion or a
Right.
cat's eye or something. Like it's something that they've always shown it in like the cinematics. It's always him sitting in an area preparing. He will then coat his blade, drink the potion, and then engage in the combat. And that's kind of the rules that this game sets. For me, and that's why it would be in the S plus thing. It's the
Oh,
story in
wow.
this game is so damn good.
Where are
It
you?
is
Are
so
you
damn good.
thinking above Oblivion?
It is above Oblivion.
Above Black Flag?
Yep.
Above Tomb Raider?
Yep. No, I can't put it above Skyrim.
Okay.
It didn't make nearly as impact. It's an RPG that people do need to experience. And
Yeah.
I also throw that to you as well. I think I don't
I'm not gonna wait. I'm gonna jump into The Witcher 2 probably if I have time this year. Definitely not this year. I don't want to even make that lie.
yeah.
But 2026, if
It's
new releases slow down,
the story in this game is so
I'm gonna jump
it's
into it.
something that you can't miss, especially as being someone who loved The Witcher 3 so much.
So good. And I don't like fantasy, and I love The Witcher 3 so
Hmm.
much. Like that's like The Witcher 3 would be number one on this list for me right now. Like
And you
that's
like dark, gritty stories, and
yes.
The Witcher 3 is fairly tame compared to some of the stuff that they do in The Witcher 2. Like, you're
Oh
talking
shit.
some of the choices you can make, you're like, wow, you got away with like doing that? Okay.
Ooh. All right. Okay, so Skate 1, 2, and 3. Are you a skate guy?
I played a lot of Skate 3, and that
Okay,
was
well
it.
that's actually perfect because I played Skate 1 and 2 more than I played Skate 3.
Okay.
So Skate 1, pretty bare bones, setting the template. I mean,
Yeah.
very, very revolutionary for how to reinvent extreme sports games and slow it down, make it more hardcore, appealing to people who actually do skateboard, which I am not one of them, but people who do skateboard really have an appreciation for the intricate detail in the design of, oh, okay, well, we're not doing 400,000, score manual revert flip 400 backflips into a 900. Like it's not all the crazy shit that you get in Tony Hawk. I appreciate it laying the groundwork. Skate 2 had a much better story. The story was
Mhm.
much more interesting in Skate 2, so I prefer Skate 2. Um,
I played all
I
of them, I should add. I just
oh
hadn't.
okay.
I played like a ton of Skate 3.
Oh well, perfect. Well then, hell yeah. Um,
So I do agree. Like Skate 1 was bare bones
yeah,
as a product. It was the thing of like again, that's what it kind of felt like. We're seeing a reoccurring thing with 360. It was a foundation for so many IPs, so many series, and so many genres,
well,
setting the groundwork to what you build on from here.
Loon, it was also the thing where you could create a groundwork back then without fucking having to worry about your whole studio getting laid off.
Yeah.
You know what I
Yep.
mean? Like one game didn't determine the entire future of most studios. Like you put out one flop nowadays, it's like no sequel, no go work on a live service thing, Sony Bend. Not a Days Gone too. It's like, yeah, but go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't know. I wasn't as hot with Skate 1. I bounced off it very, very, very quickly, personally. But it's kind of the thing of like that's I don't know how much is that speaking of coming back to it all them years later. Because
Oh
it was I
yeah.
played tons of Skate 3 and then I was like, oh, they got I think Skate 2 got backwards compatible. I was like, oh, I enjoyed Skate 3 and I was like, I don't really like that. I went back to Skate 1 and I was like, wow.
So
Oh,
how about
how
we do it?
much has changed.
I'm totally fine with doing it that way because I mean, I haven't played a ton of Skate 3, but Skate 3 is an improvement on the formula for sure. Less so in the narrative department than Skate
Mhm.
2, but I would say Skate 2 and 3 definitely higher than Skate 1, even though we got to appreciate Skate 1 for laying the foundation. Kind of like a Gear situation here, where it's we appreciate it, but it's Gears 1, we still have 3 ahead of it. Um, how about we go? Are you thinking? I'm thinking somewhere in the A tier, probably. For well, maybe we go Skate 1 in the B tier, somewhere towards like the top of the B tier.
You can, I would put it in C. But this is the
Ooh,
thing of like me being, I don't care for sports in this sense. Like I
how
don't care, like snowboarding and stuff has never been interest to me. So I'll let you take the lead with it.
how about we go below Assassin's Creed 2, ahead
Yep.
of Saints Row 4 for Skate 1. Skate 2, how about we go A tier? How about we go bottom A tier?
Yeah.
And then Skate 3, how about we go just ahead of Skate 2? Like one ahead of it.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Because it's the thing
Um,
as well of like having tons of casual friends who game and even being like interested in skating, they didn't touch Skate 1 and 2.
right.
I remember Skate 3 dominating for like a fairly like long period of time of people talking about it at school and stuff.
Yeah.
So
It seemed like they really perfected the multiplayer with 3.
yeah, they lived in that damn multiplayer. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Well, now we have another trilogy of EA released products that are kind of the opposite, where well, I don't know. I personally for me, I think Dead Space 2 is the best of the trilogy. I know a lot of people go 1 over 2. I'm fine going 1 over 2. How do you feel about that 1 versus 2 Dead Space?
2 is a much better game.
I totally agree.
2 is a much better game. It's the thing of like, yeah, they went more action, but it's EA. Is that this is the thing like I kind of get like stuck on with some people. Like, what were you expecting? They had something like that. Of course they're gonna try and like push it towards more action to get more people in the door. Does that not
Mhm.
make sense from EA's perspective as well? Like horror games don't, especially back then. This isn't like around the RE2 remake where it's like, oh yeah, horror games are like fairly popular. Even now they're still niche.
Uh-huh.
If we're being 100% honest, think about how more niche they would have been back then. Especially on a 360 platform where you have Gears of War, Halo, all of these things where it's action, action, action. It's like, yeah, I appreciate Dead Space 1 for what it is, but Dead Space 2 is much more fun of a game.
Yeah, for me it's the Ishimura versus the I think it's called the sprawl in Dead Space 2. I just like that, I guess pun intended, the sprawling sort of setup of that second game where you see so many different environments and it feels like it's constantly refreshing itself. And so I would go, I mean they're both like S tier games to me, or at the very lowest high in the A.
Yeah, I'll say that.
I would be fine going Dead Space 1 below Left 4 Dead 2, Dead Space 2. Where do you think Dead Space 2 should go?
I think Dead Space 1 should go above Left 4 Dead 2, personally.
Okay. I would probably go above Dishonored as well. I don't know if you're willing to make that sacrifice.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, that's fine.
I'd probably still put Mafia 2 ahead of Dead Space 1. How do you feel about that?
I wouldn't put Dead Space 1 above Mafia 2. I'd put Dead Space 2 above it.
Agreed 100%. I'd even put Dead Space 2 above Saints Row 3 in my opinion.
I would put it. No, I can't say that.
Okay,
It's
perfect.
above Saints Row 3.
It is above Saints Row 3.
Yeah, I was thinking
Okay,
about if it would leapfrog Call of Duties, and I don't think that
I'm
it
totally
would.
fine with that. I love Dead Space 2, but I know the impact of those COD games. Dead Space 3, I have not played yet, pretty much because of
You
the
haven't played
universe.
it?
No, it's the thing where I've heard so many bad things that I'm letting that affect my,
No,
and I can't let it. Yeah, I
no.
know.
Right. I'm not going to spoil anything, but what I will say, it is an inferior experience if you're playing it solo. You will notice cracks, if that makes sense. It is a game that is designed for you to be playing alongside another player. There's certain areas in the environment that you, as if you're soloing as Isaac, you cannot enter because they are co-op only.
Oh,
It is
wow.
that like intrusive and how integral it is to enjoy the game as a co-op experience. As a co-op game, it's incredible. It's a really, really good co-op game. It's a better co-op game than it is a Dead Space game. I will admit that. They do kind of go a little bit over the top with the the in-game lore a bit towards the end. I think they kind of lose the plot a bit. But the DLC as well is something that, and that's also I think co-op centric only. I don't know if you can even play the DLC solo. It's a must for Dead Space fans.
So you thinking A, B?
After Origins,
Okay. Oh, whoa, in the S.
yeah,
Oh God. Okay, that's fine.
I think it is the thing of where so many people are so cold on it
Yeah.
that it kind of buries actually what is a good game. Because if I'm
Okay.
being 100% honest, I've played all the Gears games co-op, played Saints Row co-op, Borderlands co-op, Dead Island co-op. Dead Space was a more enjoyable co-op experience. And that's at the end of the day, if that's what it is, and them games are heavily centric towards co-op as well, I think it
Listen,
does deserve to be there. It's not a better co-op game than Left 4 Dead 2.
it's the thing where I'm never going to make an argument against something I haven't played. I'm always going to lean towards the person who played it. So, and here we go again with a situation like that. Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. Is this your shit? Are you into?
Nope.
Okay, so we're removing some Banjo and Kazooie.
I don't think I've
Um,
ever played. My knowledge of the is that the game where you can like jump on. There's like a
build
cheat
shit.
room. There's like a cheat room that you can spell out cheats in, and then it deletes your save if you do it too many times.
Yeah, I don't know. They say it was like Tears of the Kingdom before Tears of the Kingdom. But I
Oh,
guess it didn't
okay.
it didn't
I'll
quite
take the word for it.
it didn't quite land in the same way that Tears of the Kingdom did in terms of like all the, you know, critical acclaim that accompanied it. But um yeah, I know most people don't like it for so I sometimes I lose my mind. I felt like you at one point said you liked Banjo and Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, but I
Might have
make
been
up 90.
Jeffrey.
Might have been. Yeah, that might have been. I
That
my
definitely isn't a me game.
yeah, right. Yeah, you're not into platformers at all. My brain is constantly creating shit that's not real, so who the fuck knows? I barely
Fabrication.
I barely exist in reality as is. All right. So now we're into a good stretch here. We got some heavy fucking hitters. Alan Wake 1, kind of rough gameplay, fucking fantastic story, especially for this time, dude. One of the best stories on this entire list with Alan Wake 1. I would really want to see it probably above all the Gears games at the top of A.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
literally about to. I don't think it breaks into the S. I think there's so much. Even now, like they perfected like a good feeling combat with control and stuff. Even Alan Wake 2 feels a little bit
Yeah.
iffy. Um,
1000. Agreed.
and yeah, but it's a really really good game.
Yeah, the story is, I mean, it's fucking incredible, man. It still holds up so well. That story is so good. A little bit more on rails than Alan Wake 2. Like, it's
Hmm.
kind of A to B, but then there's cool shit like with the car and all that. There's some stuff in Alan Wake 1 that's like, you gotta see it. You gotta see it for yourself. Fable 2 and Fable 3. So I'm a Fable 2. I haven't played Fable 3 yet. Fable 2, loved Fable 2. Played it 2 years ago, I think, for the first time. Um, or I should say, finished it 2 years ago for the first time. Fucking fantastic. The going around getting married and fucking, like all the different weird shit you could do in this game, the level of customization and decoration and just it flowed with charm, man. The whole system of getting killed and getting the scar but getting popped right back up into battle, like just the most accessible, chill, fun RPG that anyone could play, man. It's so relaxing. Like if you were looking for a relaxing role-playing game, you can't get much better than Fable 2. The vibes are phenomenal, so cozy. So I adore that game. I'd like to put it pretty high. What do you think about Fable 2 and Fable 3?
So I played all of the Fable games, beat all of them. Um, the one I played the most was Fable 3. That was the one that kind of sunk its teeth in me, even though I know it's a very unpopular take. I think a lot of people really didn't like Fable 3 for whatever reason. I think it was that like big of a difference, if I'm honest. But that's because I kind of played them. It was one of them series where I played them fairly back to back.
Hmm.
So it was like I'm seeing them like literally side by side within like a 4 month period, and it's just like
Yeah.
the only thing that really felt like it changed was the combat, like in how stiff the early games were and the kind of free flowing they were in the newer games. Um, it's a weird series though because it's a surprise for me that they announced that they're taking a crack at it. No one talked about these on my friends list. No one played them. It's a weird thing of like I don't know like where is the fan like I hear the fan base online.
I think it's Fable 1, the original Xbox. I think, but once again, like you said, catering to a fan base from people of 2004, like maybe
It's a
not.
recipe for destruction. That's
Yeah. Like we don't
but
even know if these motherfuckers are alive. who who is hyped for it? But I'm hyped for it. But Fable 1 is fucking excellent. Like it's not excellent. It's cool. It's a really cool, interesting thing. But
I, yeah.
I remember my cousin who had an original Xbox, KOTOR, Fable, and fucking Chronicle of Riddick. Like those were the games where I was like, I just dying to play those things on his console. And when I remember going to, I think it was like a Toys R Us or something, and we got a copy of Fable 1, and I just remember just combing through that thing on the ride home, just so eager to get a look at this game. Um, Fable 1 had an impact that the other two did not. I'll give you that.
I'll let you take the lead on this because it's a series that like I think it would be better to lead positively with these kinds of lists
Okay.
because like with the new Fable as well, I'm not dying. I'm not even interested in it if I'm being 100% honest. It's kind of like I don't understand how you're going to pull that off more than anything.
Yeah. I mean,
It feels like a product of its time. Whereas, and I don't see enough change, if that makes sense. With the Perfect Dark and you showing me that, it's like,
right.
oh, that was a product of its time, and you've proven me wrong by what you've
Well,
shown me, like that you're doing stuff with that. Whereas with Fable, it's just like, I don't know if people are gonna be like flocking to that.
and it's also the thing where you have Crystal Dynamics taking the lead on Perfect Dark versus the Forza team taking the lead on Fable. It's like, I listen, Guerrilla did it going from first person shooter to Horizon, going from Killzone to Horizon, but going from Forza to Fable, that's a fucking leap. So I mean, it's that thing where you got to prove it first.
Yep.
So I get it. Fable 2, I would be cool going.
Is it more
I'd
impactful than Gears?
no chance. I'd be cool going
That's
below
the big
Saints
thing.
Row 2 or even below Borderlands 2, but probably ahead of Dead Island. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think that's probably wise.
Okay.
And that fits. And like I said, Fable 3 is just a game that, for me, I preferred it over Fable 2.
Well,
I know a lot of people didn't.
how about we do this right next to each other, but Fable 3
Uh,
slightly ahead.
But that's the thing is that I'm
But
trying to
you're
put
the one that
myself
played it.
in the no, but I'm talking about like in the shoes of like fans as well, as to like they really didn't like it.
We're the ones ranking them, and you liked Fable 3 more than 2, and I haven't played 3 yet.
Okay, sorry, Fable fans.
They'll be all right. Spec Ops The Line. This
There's only
is
one.
it's
It
S
can't be in
plus.
any of. Yes.
Yeah. It's maybe the best story that we have on this entire thing. And some of the best third person
Oh,
shooting.
I don't know about best story.
You don't think it's got a great
It's
story?
no. I mean, it's a
Oh,
great story. I
okay.
don't
Well,
think
yeah.
it's the best story on this list.
That's the
Let me
internet right there.
be
That is the
100% clear right there. Whew.
that is how the internet takes. I just did what the internet does to everybody. I said it's the best story on
The
this list.
hell you say?
You go, I don't know. I don't know if it's the best story on this list. I go, you don't think it's a good story? It's like those are two different fucking quotes, brother. Yeah, dude.
um,
So what do you think is better than it though, story wise, on this list?
Here's the thing. I'm putting myself in the shoes of when this came out, right? Is why I can understand why it flew under the radar for so long. A
Well,
lot
of
of people are like,
course.
ah, another military shooter. It's not. It really isn't.
Yeah.
This unfortunately came out in a time when modern warfare was at its peak, and it was kind of the status quo of like glorifying certain aspects of war, if that makes
Yeah.
sense.
Oh yeah.
They really like, yeah, you're the hero, you're the greatest, you're the savior and stuff like that. Nah, Spec Ops: The Line shows in many aspects you are no. It shows not only like the horrors of war, the perspective of what it would be like on the front line of you making a snap decision, and that's the immediate consequence of that snap decision. Because in your mind at that moment in time, that's the correct thing to do. But when you took it, if you were to take a step back, maybe let it breathe, but you can't do that in a war zone. That's the thing. You don't have the luxury of usually, if you're in that scenario that he was in, without spoiling it, you don't have the luxury of time to be like, all right, let's think. A lot of it is sadly impulsive decisions and stuff like that.
Well, and I also think, the whole idea of like the hero angle where it in a way it's not even that they're not heroes. It shows you what heroes go through. It shows you like what a hero really is. A hero is someone that is often like the people that we look up to as, the heroes of fucking yesteryear. Like they were in hell. They were doing shit that was fucked up because they were in hell. And like you see the inner turmoil, the like not even knowing what the fuck is real. Like you're dealing with such a level of trauma that you aren't you anymore at a certain point. And it's like I like that idea of being because it's not this super it's not doing this thing where and not to go into a full spoiler cast on fucking Spec Ops The Line, but it's not doing this thing where it's trying to it's showing you how fucking dark it can get.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily trying to it's not trying to do the thing where it's painting anything in any one particular way. It's like showing you how it can really be, how dark it can really get. And I appreciate that because it's not like an anti-America thing. It's not a pro-America thing. It's just like how fucking dark that war in general can be.
It shows what happens when you desensitize yourself. That's the impact of desensitizing. Because what he see you as the player and him you see completely different things to your squad mates.
Yeah,
Your squad mates are looking at you and being like, I can't question chain of command. You're in command. I'm going to roll with whatever you're going with. But I don't know about that. And they're
exactly.
constantly questioning you. And then it does the mass, like you said, it does the reveal and everything. As everybody's heard of it by now. Not to give like specifically, but the reveal word stuff and the veil then gets lifted, and it's just like, wow,
It's incredible.
you did that.
Yeah.
You did all them actions.
I mean, we could sit there and talk about this for fucking 30 minutes, just the story. I think that's the impact of the story with Spec Ops: The Line. Horrible naming. Horrible naming for this game. Like, Spec Ops: The Line is what you called this thing? Dude. That makes it sound like every other military shooter on the block.
I
I feel
think that
like,
was the intention, though. That's the thing. I think they were hoping that. So I don't know how well it sold. I think it did okay in the end. It was kind of the cult thing of where sales rolled in much further down the road, so it did kind of shoot themselves in the foot. But it's kind of leading into the way the story is. It's meant to be that veil. And I
yeah, I
think what
guess
they were
that's
hoping
true.
for was reviewers would get a hold of it and be like, "Oh my god, this isn't just any other." But a lot of them didn't, because
Yeah.
much like now, it kind of showed that so many people also just reviewed it and was like, "Yeah, it's another shooter." It's like, well, you didn't get far enough to get the reveal, man. What's wrong?
Right. Exactly. And just set pieces, dude.
Um,
The opening and the helicopter, like we could go for days and days. There's Spec Ops: The Line is very special. I would like to put that. I I'd like to put it at least above Tomb Raider.
I mean, it's side by side with Codfall, if I'm being honest.
I will happily put it above Fall. I mean, yeah, I'll
Because what
happily
I'm
do that.
thinking of is a very specific moment in Codfall where on one of the campaign missions, where it's like, oh, damn. I would put it above Codfall, though, is what I'll say.
Fuck
Um,
yeah.
because for me, the damn moment in COD 4 is just one instance. Whereas in Spec Ops The Line, it's an entire game building up to that. And it was kind of like a Bioshock, wow, damn, kind of thing. So
Wait, so this is totally off topic. You can pause the recording in Zoom, correct?
I have no idea.
I think so. Yeah, I think I can pause the recording. I'm gonna pause this recording real quick. All right, my bad, guys. Had to take a little bathroom break there, and while we were at it, we actually removed some of the other games on the list. So like Far Cry 2, we were about to jump into, and there were a couple other games on here like Viva Pinata,
Viva Pinata, and then
and then
the extra version of Fallout New Vegas.
yeah, we have Fallout New Vegas up there at the top. So try to clean up the list a little bit as we took that break, so it's a bit more visually appealing for you all. And neither of us have played enough of Far Cry 2 to really feel confident about ranking it. Although that is one I actually do want to dive into because I've heard it's the most unique Far Cry in terms of like some of the semi elements and shit. So I do want to jump into that. Hopefully they'll
Yep.
re-release it. You can't play it on Series X or well, you can play it through
Okay.
backwards compatibility on Series X, right?
Backwards compatibility.
You
Yep.
can't play it on PlayStation at all, I don't think, though, which is crazy.
No, I wouldn't imagine.
All right. So Far Cry 3 and 4, I mean Far Cry 3 is up there for me. I would struggle to see Far Cry 3 lower than I'd put it above the Gears games. I don't know about above
Yeah.
Alan Wake, but I'd put it above the Gears games.
Um, I think it tags into the S tier. I think it
Oh,
climbs above Alan Wake because Alan Wake didn't have the impact that Far Cry 3 did moving
no.
forward. This
Okay.
kind of set up the formula for what it means to be an open world game in that sense.
It doesn't
Um,
get enough credit for that. Like this kind of set the template for, GTA 3 came along, set the template, and then it was pretty much just building off of GTA 3's template for forever. And then Far Cry 3 kind of tinged it with that immersive sim quality of
mm,
tackle the mission however you want. And just like there were a lot, Far Cry 3 was doing a lot for the evolution of the open world genre at the time that you see still to this day. Where would you put it at in the S tier though? Would you put it above? Left 4 Dead 2, Dishonored, Dead
Put
Space.
it to the left of Dishonored.
Okay, so right above Dishonored, right below Dead Space. I think I would actually, yeah, that I'm totally cool with that ranking. Far Cry 4, however, I would drop quite a bit because it's still a fine enough story, not as good as 3, doesn't feel as ballsy as 3, and it's just kind of taking what 3 did and doing it again. Um, I would drop Far Cry 4, and then also the emphasis on all the climbing and shit, all the like you had the
The
ropes
grappling
and the
hook.
grappling. Yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't like all that.
And
I'd
it was
probably,
stiff. It wasn't like it was like a Call of Duty campaign. You can only do it at this specific point,
yeah,
kind of things. Yeah.
I apologize if you hear the rain. It's getting real bad out there. Far Cry 4, I would probably go somewhere in that skate camp. Like,
I think it's better than Skate 3.
okay,
I mean, it
below
kind of does the
Brotherhood.
same thing that Brotherhood does, where it's a continuation. The gameplay is more polished and stuff, but this is like the same way that Far Cry 4 isn't Black Flag, Brotherhood isn't Black Flag, kind of thing.
Very good point. The Darkness 1 and 2, I know these are your
Oh,
babies.
God.
Um, I love
Yeah.
the art style of The Darkness 2. The Darkness 1, I think, sets up with a fantastic story. Both games I need to go back to and finish. Fucking how many times have I said that at this point in the video? But the Darkness 2, I love that art style. It looks like the comic shading and the yeah, and also it was just a little bit more over the top action than the Darkness
Yep.
1. And then
Yeah.
yeah.
The Darkness one feels more like the Chronicles of Riddick game that was on
Hmm.
the 360. Um, kind of feels the way that that plays. It's interesting what they did because you have like the metro system. So you're traveling, it's almost like an open world esque as you're going from, say, one street, you go under the metro, you get on the train, and then you come out the other, and then you're at a brand new location. It just doesn't feel fun to play. The story's interesting, if a bit bizarre and strange. The voice acting's kind of and the gunplay's kind of
Thinking C.
So I
I
would
mean,
probably say I enjoyed it more than Assassin's Creed 1 and 3. It would probably be in the same vein of like a Mirror's Edge,
okay.
of like, this is weird. It plays like arse, but I appreciate it for what
Above
it
Mirror's
is.
Edge or below?
I think Mirror's Edge is a better game.
Okay. Perfect. And then the Darkness 2, however,
I resonated with this so much more.
okay.
It's so much more fun to play. The gunplay is much more modernized. Um, the story is like fairly dark. It's fairly gruesome. Like some of the things that you get put through in the game is kind of cool. It does have a little bit of a minor identity crisis. You have like forced stealth sections and stuff where it's like, not sure that that really fit.
No.
But there's like an asylum section where he's battling in his mind a lot of the time in this game. And that's really interesting. Of like he gets pulled back and it's just like, no, like live the lie, basically. So there's that kind of like dynamic. So that was kind of cool and interesting. And the ending just I don't know what I don't understand. I don't because the thing is that in the Darkness one as well, they you end up in like World War One at some point. And then they kind of like yeah, it's a very weird series. Like I said, identity crisis and really understanding like what it wants to do. But I enjoyed the Darkness 2 more.
Would you go maybe Borderlands range above, below Borderlands 2?
I would put it in front of Dead Island. I think it's a game with messy ideas that has ups, kind of like Dead Island has ups. But I don't think that it realized its full potential. I think this game really needed a third game to like really show us
Maximize.
what they wanted to like lay out.
Yeah.
But considering it switched developers, because it's the Darkness 2 is made by the people who made Warframe. I can't remember who made the Darkness one. Starbreeze, I believe.
Yeah,
Hence
I
why it
think
feels
so.
so
Yeah.
much like Chronicles of Riddick.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, I think it would have been really good to see them get a third game.
So we have Metro, the Last Light, and then Metro
Yep.
2033. Um, both right up your alley. I played a good deal of 2033, didn't play Last Light. Um, 2033 the better game, or
Hmm. I don't know. They both do really strong things. Like 2033 does a really good job in setting up the world, but Last Light has better gameplay.
okay.
Last Light also introduced can't remember what it was called. Ranger hardcore mode kind of thing. Because when they did the Redux, they pulled a bunch of features that they did in Last Light into Metro 2033's remaster with polishing stuff up.
Okay.
2033 personally I have as much like reverence with it as I do like Alan Wake. This is like cinematic Stalker on consoles. Like I never dreamed of a day that Stalker would ever come to consoles, to be honest, and it kind of shocked me that they did the remasters obviously last year. I think for me personally, Last Light's better of a game, so I'd probably put 2033 behind Alan Wake.
Last
And
Light
then
S.
Last Light, yeah, I'd put it in front of Origins.
Okay.
I think we didn't see their full power on display until Exodus. Like Exodus is just on a completely different level.
I gotta, well, fuck it. We're already rambling. So I played Atom Fall on Xbox and I
Mhm.
thought I ran into a bug. So I quit playing it. And then I booted up Metro Exodus, jumped into that. And I got to be honest with you, Loon. While I was playing it, I just kept wanting to go back to Atom Fall. I was like, dude, I just want to play fucking, I wanted to see the end of that game. I was so into Atom Fall. And so I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna buy it on PlayStation. See if maybe the bug's not in that version. Stupid decision, but ended up buying it on PlayStation. And what I realized was it wasn't a bug at all. I didn't do something correctly. So it's like I could have played through it on Game Pass totally fucking fine. $60 down the drain, which not $60 down the drain. That developer, man, you will love Atom Fall whenever you get a chance to check it out. All right. So the Resident Evil games, 5, 6, and Revelations 1. I think we have a differing opinion on 5. I don't really like 5 at all. I like 6 more than 5, which I know is a very unpopular opinion, but Revelations shits on both of those by a mile, in my opinion.
Mm, interesting. Right. Because yeah, we do have very differing opinions. You were exposed to Resident Evil as a single player game.
Yep.
My first experience with Resident Evil was co-op. Was playing it through with RE6 co-op and then going
Oh,
back and doing
wow.
RE5 co-op. I didn't play the tank-based ones because I hated them. I mean, I think I played them first. I like tried them out to
Hmm.
give them a go, and I was like, I don't like this. This doesn't feel fun. So as co-op games, I think they're really good. And that's the kind of thing of like, how do you want to handle that? Because
Yep.
it kind of falls into the line of like with Dead Space 3 and stuff. Because I can assure you, if you had played Dead Space 3 solo, we would have vastly different opinions than in co-op because it's a completely different experience.
Well, I mean, it's the funny thing with Resident Evil 5 versus 6 with me, where I played through the entirety of 6 with a buddy when it
Hmm.
launched. 5 I've tried playing solo. And so it's like right there to your point. It's yeah, very 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 dependent on having a co-op partner, which I
Five. Five more so as well, I will
Oh
say.
yeah, dude.
Five is very, very, very purposeful in its design as being a co-op game more so than RE6. RE6 isn't you can play RE6 solo because I've played it and it doesn't feel as dependent as needing a co-op partner as RE5 really does.
1000%, dude. I like six more than five. Do you disagree with that?
Hmm. Yeah, I'll concede that.
But I think they're both like
They're fairly
it,
same. They're fairly interchangeable for me if I'm being honest.
if I'm being completely real when looking at this list of these heavy hitters, I think both of these games are C. Like I would play everything. Like I
Mm,
like Skate more, I like Saints Row 4 more, Assassin's Creed 2. Um
I would argue that against that.
okay.
I wouldn't be able to put it in C for the fact of that when I'm looking at it, they're on the same level as Borderlands 1. Because when I was looking at Borderlands 1, I'm thinking of like co-op experience. I think this is just as fine of a co-op experience. The same with Halo 4. It had a really decent like co-op campaign feel.
Man, I'd have a tough time
Saints
putting
Row
it
4.
ahead of Assassin's Creed 2 or Saints Row 4.
I think we can bump Assassin's Creed 2 up a little bit now. Now that the list's been fleshed out a little bit, I think it's better than Halo 4. I think it's better than Borderlands 1. There's no way it gets ahead of Left 4 Dead 1 though.
Okay. Well then yeah, perfect. So how about we just drop it um
I had more fun playing it as a co-op game, both of them games, than either Halo or Borderlands. So you can do with that information as you wish.
yeah, that's fine. I'll go. Can we go six ahead of five?
Yeah, I think six has more meat to it.
Yeah. Now, Revelations is the interesting one where I think this is much, much better than either of those two games. I think you can maybe make the argument that the story in six is a little bit, well, five, I don't know. I just like the back to basics survival horror feel of Revelations 1. I like the ship setting. I think it's a hard thing to design for where you could get into the trap of everything feeling very samey and repetitive and somehow with the scale of the fucking ship that they're on, they refresh shit a lot. So, I would probably go I mean, we're still not talking about I would go above Far Cry 4.
um, yeah, go on then. I
Good with
didn't
that?
click with it as much. Out of curiosity, Revelations 1 or 2?
Oh,
Because that's
two.
an easy pick for me. 2 is so much better than Revelations 1.
Yeah, I like two more. It's way darker, way scarier. Um,
Yeah, that feels weird for me personally to see that above it because I do like RE6 and 5 more, but I can understand. But that's me looking at it through the lens of the co-op player.
right. Okay.
So it's like, yeah, as a single player game, I think there's merit to argue.
Yeah. We also got to give it credit for kind of getting us back on track with the perspective of, being able to aim and walk and like because you remember with 5, you were stagnant. You were completely stationary when
Hmm.
you were aiming. So
Hmm.
Revelations was really the game that got us back on track with that. All right. So BioShock 1, 2, and Infinite. This is where we'll probably have some differing opinions, I would assume, as well.
I, probably.
I think Infinite's the most fun game to play.
Yep.
Oh, we agree.
Yep. I, I guess we may not. My biggest like contentious opinion. I think Bioshock 2 is it shouldn't exist.
I don't necessarily feel that way, but I'm happy that we're so Infinite. Are you saying you think Infinite's the best game overall?
Yes, of the
Okay,
freedom.
perfect. Well, then that's we can get to the other shit later. But so Infinite,
You're like, oh, I don't need to defend myself. He just needs to defend himself in the comments. Woo!
I am thinking for me, Infinite's like S or S plus. That might sound crazy, but like I would take Bioshock Infinite over Fallout 3 for sure. Bro, I would take Bioshock Infinite over Oblivion, over Tomb Raider 2013, and over Skyrim.
Whoa, whoa,
I
whoa.
love Bioshock Infinite.
Let's reel that back in. Woo. No. um, it's either S or S plus for sure. It's better than Fallout 3. Had more fun with it than GTA 4. Mm, I don't know if it gets out of S.
Below Max Payne 3.
I think there's with its story, it does have things wrong with it. It's
Totally.
really fun gameplay wise. I think he still hasn't perfected the. It's going to be interesting to see what he does with the story in that. Was it Judas
Yeah.
next up from him? See whether or not it was just Bioshock that kind of he couldn't figure out what the hell he wanted to do with it. But the gameplay is
It's so good,
can't
dude.
can't even can't even knock it in any way, shape, or form.
So with 1 and 2, I mean, I like 2 a lot. And that I'm okay with dropping it pretty low because I don't think it necessarily does a ton to evolve from BioShock 1. Um BioShock 1 is a fucking incredible story. I think BioShock 2
Yep.
maybe plays a little bit better, but like once again, you're
Yep.
splitting hairs. The story is just way better in 1 than 2. I agree with that.
My problem with Bioshock 2 existing is the fact that they didn't there was nothing in that story into that was
Yeah.
worth exploring Rapture. Like you already did everything you had to do in Rapture. Why are we still here? It doesn't make sense to me. Why you would it just felt like a waste of time almost.
I did think there was a cool bit though
There,
at
there
the
were
end.
cool there were cool
Yeah.
elements of course that had its like merits and stuff, but it was the type of thing of like dedicating an entire game to it. It should have been like with what they did with the Burial at Sea DLC and Infinite. Like it should have just been a DLC in my opinion. I don't think there was enough there to warrant like an entire game,
I feel that.
personally.
So how about we go
Um,
BioShock 1 pretty fucking high? Uh okay,
I
Infinite.
would. Do you have like a letter that you will not budge
I
from?
have a very specific place. I'm gonna shout that out and you tell me how you feel. In between Far Cry 3 and Dishonored for BioShock 1. That's where I'm thinking. Now you negotiate, you bargain, you hit me with your we'll do the barter system in Atomfall, which is a reference that I can't even make because the barter
um,
system in Atomfall is so cool, dude. I can't wait till you play it so we can talk about the barter system.
it's ahead of Far Cry 3. There's no way
Okay.
that's not a better game than Far Cry 3.
Below Dead Space.
Yeah, I struggled to. Mm,
I'm fine going above Dead Space. I mean, the story is like next level. I was thinking you were going to be a little bit lower on it.
no, I absolutely love Bioshock 1.
Okay, well,
My
I love it
disdain
too.
is Bioshock 2.
Okay.
That's what I was saying.
Well,
That's gonna
hey,
drive people insane. I think put it above Dead Space.
I'm good with going above Mafia 2. I would like to see it
I'm not.
below. Okay, perfect.
um,
It's
we
nice
don't
to
get
be in
enough.
Mafia
We don't
camp.
get enough Mafia games.
It feels like you and I are like two of the only fucking 20 people out there who rate those games as highly as we do. So it's wonderful to be in similar company here. Um, BioShock 2, I I would have a hard time seeing it on C tier. Is that what you were thinking?
No, it's not Seat.
Okay.
The thing is, I can like it's the thing of like it plays well, of course. It's the same gameplay as like BioShock One. It's the big problems I have with it is it just feels like a wasted game.
Hmm.
You made an entire game and there was nothing really done with that. Whereas with Infinite, you explored entirely different areas and you were going for completely different things and stuff. Like you were kind of just stirring the same pot. It just felt like a wasted title personally. I think if I was being honest, it's an A tier game.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say like surely above Resident Evil, but I would have been fine below
Yeah,
Assassin's Creed 2.
no,
Um,
it's in the A's.
Somewhere around Brotherhood, maybe.
No, it's a bit ahead of that. It's probably just behind Fable 2, ahead of Darkness 2.
Fine by me. All right, here we go. Now we are talking about a game that is beloved by the both of us. I think this Deus Ex Human Revolution makes a strong case for top five on this list.
Hmm.
I think the thing that it does, what, halfway through the game or whatever, once again, talking about the world resetting and reacting to the story, there is a moment in that game, like with the riots and all that shit. That's not like a spoiler, but there's some really cool environmental, just world building in that game. The story is excellent. It's not like the greatest first person shooter in the world, but solid. Um, I think I did have a little bit more, which we're not comparing here, but Human Revolution, I think I liked the biotic system, like the what's the fucking shit called? The
Augments.
enhanced the augments, yeah, the augmentation
Augments.
system. I like that a little bit more.
Yeah,
It
then Mankind Divided. There was a lot
yeah.
of things like Mankind Divided looks better. It
Mm.
has cooler looking environment. Like it's a prettier game. But I also it's weird because it's visually prettier, but it lacks the ambience that the first game had. Like the way that they set it in the darkness and the rain and everything, and just everything felt gloomy and stuff like that. To the point where it doesn't look. If you were to put them side by side, you're like, yeah, that's the newer game, that's the older game. But I'd rather be in the older game.
Mm.
That's the crazy thing.
And the dialogue
Um,
system as well. Kind of like I like it a lot in Mankind Divided, but it also in a way feels limited. Once you know exactly what to do, it doesn't feel like you're necessarily making the right choices based on the interaction. You're playing a mini game.
oh, I really want to say something.
Say it, brother.
There is. I'm not going to spoil. There is a thing that because you were talking about like changing halfway through the game. There is a boss fight that if you choose to ignore what the game tells you to do, changes the way the boss fight actually plays. I don't know if
Do you,
you
do you
knew
want to
about that.
spoil it? I don't know about it. I kind of like to hear about it. Hold on. Let me write down in my notes kind of where we're at,
Okay.
arranged for the show. That way I can timestamp it so people don't have to, that they can skip it.
Yep.
Let's see. So I'm gonna say somewhere around 3 hours because Zoom doesn't tell us the exact recording time, unfortunately. 3 hours. Deus Ex spoiler. There we go. Go ahead.
Yep. So spoiler. Who put it on mute if you don't want to listen to it. So Pritchard sends you the message, right, on your whatever he talks to you with, and he turns around and goes, right, you need to upgrade your chip and stuff. Everybody's getting the upgrades. That's what causes everybody to go haywire because they all get the upgrades. If you choose to
Oh,
ignore him doing that, when you get to that boss fight and she clicks the thing, if you
you.
didn't get the upgrade, nothing happens to you.
Yeah,
You play that fight out normally.
I know
That is
exactly what you're talking about.
incredible. That is absolutely incredible because it's like that is the game doesn't even give you the feeling that that's an option. That's you as
Yeah,
the player being like, no, I'm not gonna go and get that.
yeah.
Because if you've been reading through the notes, you're like, something's going on here, something's weird. I don't really trust them doing that to me. So if you've been skimming through everything and genuinely like involving yourself in the world, you're like, that doesn't make sense to do that.
Right. Yeah.
And you're rewarded as the player, and that's just incredible. Now, don't get me wrong, in its 1.0 version, you had like the Barrett fight, which was very restricted.
Mhm.
Thankfully, they went back and like polished it up in the director's cut to the point where you can, if you're stealthy, you can do a stealthier option and stuff like that. So in its current state, it's an S plus game. For me, it's
This is gonna sound crazy, Loon. I'm okay with it ahead of GTA 5.
oh, so am I.
Then
I'm not gonna argue against that.
so we're
It's
working from number three right now. Just to put
it's
it in perspective for anybody that might be listening while they're working out or while they're driving and they can't see the video. We're working at number three right now with Red Dead 1, Arkham Asylum, and Human Revolution at number three. Like that's a dark horse.
I would even say two, but that's just me
I'm
being completely
totally fine
biased
with that.
with the way the world is. I couldn't in good faith put it above Red Dead. But the things this game made me feel when playing them.
Dude, I
This is the alpha protocol that I wish we had as well, kind of thing of like the way it handles the RPG elements and the stealth and stuff like that. Like I wish Alpha Protocol 2 took aspects of this if they ever went around and made it. I think that'd be a really good way of modernizing it.
I might be okay with putting it ahead of Red Dead. I mean, we're both so passionate about it. Like, are we really that same level of passion? Do we have that for Red Dead 1?
No.
I think it's number one.
No,
Unless we
because
can.
for the argument for me as well, this I do you understand how little I replay games? I only replay games when I'm 100%ing them and stuff. I've replayed this game 3 times, not going for the 100%.
We got to put it at number one, dude.
So that truly just goes to show for like how much impact it has on me as an
Yeah.
individual.
We both love it. I would maybe take Red Dead and Arkham Asylum over it, but it's like so slightly. Where if you would confidently say, okay, I'm taking Human Revolution over Red Dead, is that how you feel?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then I think it's number one because I could really go either way on these three games right here. Um, yeah,
John
I
Marston never asked for this.
I think we're really only going to get into competition with a couple more games vying for that top slot. So we'll get there when we get there. I don't think Just Cause 3 or is this, yeah, it's Just Cause 2.
Just Cause 2.
Yeah, 3
There
was
was Just Cause
PS4.
1 that come out on the 360 as well, but I don't. That wouldn't have broken
Right. So
into the top 100.
I'm more familiar with Just Cause 3. So where would you put Just Cause 2 at on this list?
So this was one of the few games where when you think back to like when you're looking at an open world map and being like, "Well, that's big."
Yeah.
It's not Just Cause 2 big. This map is absurdly huge. I don't even remember what like the size of it was, but it was like even still like outmuscling PS4 generation games until like the late ends of that generation. I think I prefer Just Cause 3 over it, but it would be it's either an A or S. It's such an incredible game. The set pieces, the grapple hook of just being able to like ping onto anything and the flexibility that gives you.
Would you go above Metro 2033?
Enjoyment wise, no.
Would you go above Alan Wake?
No.
So you want to go above Gears 3?
I don't know.
How about above Gears 1? Right below Gears 3.
Yeah.
Okay. Crackdown 1 and 2. I played a little bit of Crackdown 1. I haven't jumped into Crackdown 2 yet. Are you a big Crackdown guy?
Absolutely.
Oh shit. Okay, well hit me. I'm
Mhm.
really curious.
So was never really into platforming, of course, or collectathons. This game just scratched all the right itches. This was one of the first. I never went and 100%ed it, but it was the first big game where I was like, ooh, maybe. But it's so hard to keep track of them orbs. I never went back and did it. It's so badly tracked. the feeling of it is it's an RPG as well because you're constantly leveling up all these like five core aspects: driving, shooting, explosions, agility, and then strength. And I'd never seen that before in that like aspect of like a sandbox game doing it that way. And I think it doesn't get enough credit as a 360 exclusive. The first game, the second game's kind of it's kind of the thing of like a Far Cry 4 where it's like, man, you didn't do enough to like. Where's the ambition? You just put zombies in it. That's if anything lacking ambition.
Right. Are you
Oh.
thinking like is it up there, both of them, or is there one you prefer over the other by a significant
So
margin? Or
Crackdown 2 you can put at the very end of beta because
okay,
it lacks ambition. It reused the same map. It is just everything that they could have just done to phone it in, they did.
so
I
is it a significant gap you say between the two? Like, are you thinking
it's
like a
fairly
tier?
it's fairly significant. It's not in the beta, it's higher than that.
Oh, okay,
Crackdown 1 is for me it's above Fable. I don't know if it would. Yeah, probably there.
right below Borderlands 2.
Yeah.
Got it. State of Decay. Um, Actually, this is going to be your run right here as well. State of Decay, Army of Two, both the Army of Two games.
Yep.
I haven't played uh, any of these three. I don't think I've played any State of Decay 1. I played State of Decay 2 a decent bit, but I don't think I dove into State of Decay 1 all that much, if at all.
So it's a kind of weird game because it was one of the arcade titles for the 360 when they used to split them up in the store. And it was one of them early games of when DayZ was just getting big and it dominated YouTube. And it was like, we're never going to get a DayZ on the 360. That's just inconceivable. It's never going to happen. So, was it Undead Labs? I believe is the
Yeah.
name of the developer. They kind of
Yeah.
came in and was like, yeah, we'll take a crack at it on like a much slower scale and stuff. Because you had a bunch of how the store worked is you had on demand as a category, which was like the AAA stuff. That's the stuff that gets like boxed releases 100% of the time. Then you had arcade, which was indie developers that had budget behind them. So your likes of the Limbos, Minecraft, and stuff like that, where they would also get achievements tied to them. And then you had indies, which was just you could throw it on the store, you got in touch with Microsoft, and they'd put it out there. This had a lot more budget than a lot of the things that were trying to ape DayZ, but it also went and forged its own like identity thing because you had your like it was fairly story driven esque. It wasn't like a Last of Us cutscene thing, but it was like a sandbox story. You're going through rescuing these characters. They have their own little storylines that play out and stuff. I actually really enjoyed this. It's a lot less grindy than State of Decay 2 was as a product, but a lot more rougher, if that makes sense.
Thinking
Um,
A range?
yeah, I think it definitely deserves to be in that.
Far Cry 4, Resident Evil Revelations range? Or above?
I mean, when we're stacking up against all these other like actual AAA things, it's kind of just like
Yep.
you have to give pools a fault. I think behind Far Cry 4. I think it even being in that category of in of itself is impressive. And I think it definitely deserves to be in that category. Like it was a very important arcade title. So
Yeah. Um,
Army of Two. You've not played either of these.
nope, neither. And I know they're both on Game Pass, so I need to jump into them.
The broest of bro shooters. You
That's my
think
shit.
but you think Gears of War is bro shooter? My god. This is even I don't think Devil's Cartel is. I don't think Devil's Cartel is backwards compatible.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Weird. Must be
Could be
like some
wrong. I'm
songs or some
fairly
shit.
certain that Devil's Cartel didn't get back compatted. But Army of Two, yeah. I remember playing this with a friend. It's Gears of War, but over the top. You're a PMC, so you kind of that is this game. If we were talking about Speckles, like this game does glorify war because everything you're doing is money that you because you're a contract. So you're going and you're destroying these things, getting all this money. You go back to base, you buy a brand new big gun, and then you have I think it's called aggro meter. So you can make that gun gold, diamond encrusted, and you will draw more aggro when you're playing with
Oh
your
my
friend.
god.
You
That is
slap like
hilarious.
shields on it. It does the back to back thing. I remember specifically the very first mission. You're both parachuting in, and one of you is controlling the parachute, and then the other guy's just like baby harnessed on the front of him with an LMG, just mowing people down. It's just like, all right, man, this is just full absurdity, and I love it.
Genuine fun.
So we don't get many of them anymore.
No.
Um, and I don't think people cared for it back in the day. I think it's one of them things where you look back on it fondly. I did care for it. I trumpeted this game. This game's stupid fun. I would put it in front of Crackdown 1.
In front of Crackdown 1. Okay, damn, that's up
Yeah.
there.
I
All
think
right.
it's one of the things where we'll never get this again. They're
Do you
never going to make another Army of Two.
do you feel the same about the second game?
Um, it tried to take itself a little bit too seriously.
Hmm.
Um, they introduce new characters and stuff, and it's kind of that thing of like, there's a reason, like for instance, like with Fast and Furious, there's a reason they go back to Vin Diesel and stuff. It's just it's meant to be crappy comfort food as entertainment, not trying to do anything more than that. And I think they tried a little bit with the Devil's Cartel. I think you can put it into the B tier.
Below Assassin's Creed 2?
I would probably put it behind RE5.
Perfect. Perfect. Well, now we are in a stretch again, my friend. Limbo. I think you hit it perfectly earlier when talking about State of Decay, about how difficult it is to look at the indie game compared to, because you got to think we're this 360 PS2 OG Xbox, like we're talking about AAA out to play heavy hitters. You know what I mean? Like the indies really didn't start. I mean, they started with the 360, but really next generation, eighth generation, is where it started to feel like the indies kind of overtook in some way the AAA space.
Yeah, they overtook. I will say though, for the 360 side of things, we did have it was called the Summer of Arcade,
Oh yeah.
and that was where like this is what they don't get enough credit for. If Xbox didn't do that, I'm gonna be 100% honest with you, you probably wouldn't have seen the indie boom on console because there
Totally.
wouldn't have been any exposure to it. You wouldn't have had Trials HD. You wouldn't have had Limbo. You wouldn't have had all these, you wouldn't have had Minecraft on the Xbox for Christ's sake. Like these
Absolutely.
types of things where it's like it doesn't have to be cutting edge graphics. It was exposed. It took a bunch of developers and it gave them a platform to then just be like, all right, don't charge 60 for this, charge
Mhm.
10. Here's its own portion on the front of the store as well. So when you boot up that storefront, you're getting immediately hit with that. And yeah, it really did help it expand to the point where in the follow up of the generation after that with Xbox One and PS4, you saw this huge indie boom on console.
Absolutely. But with that said, the 360, this generation was full of fucking bangers, man. Limbo is a really good game. But like once again, when looking at this list, I'm like, what the fuck, man? Where does Limbo fit in? And I kind of look right around that State of Decay area and I'm like, probably somewhere in there. You know what I mean? Maybe a little bit higher, maybe had a little bit more impact, but I don't know. For me personally, I'd probably put Limbo ahead of RE6, below Assassin's Creed 2, but I'd be okay with it going towards maybe below Far Cry 4, right there with State of Decay.
I would probably put it more in the beta personally.
I
I think
agree.
State of Decay does a lot more because you got to think they're both indie games. I know Limbo is very artsy in what it does,
I'm thinking above
but
RE6.
there's a lot more that can blow up in its face and it still succeeded. Whereas with Limbo, it's fairly simple.
What do you think about that? Above RE6, right below Assassin's Creed 2. It had a huge impact, no doubt.
Yep.
But
It didn't have as big of an impact as RE2, as a Assassin's Creed 2.
no,
So
God, no. God, no. All right, so now we're at Minecraft on the 360, which is weird, right? Because like the PC is where Minecraft exploded initially, and then it was another boon um with consoles kind of later on down the line, it seemed. So you tell me. I'm not a Minecraft guy whatsoever, but I
I mean,
remember
it always had a massive following on Xbox because I don't even think it had a PlayStation port until much later, did it? It
until the
was Xbox
PS4,
first.
yeah. Or maybe it
I
was
think there was a
PS3.
no, there was a PS3 port. I think it just
Yeah,
came a little bit later because
right.
they purchased them fairly early on. They saw the potential. It's one of their greatest acquisitions still to date
Without a
with
doubt.
how much that's exploded.
Fucking
But it's the
movie just came out.
Yeah.
Crazy.
but it's the thing of it's not for me. So this isn't like I've played it many times as you kind of get roped in with friends when things have become that big of a cultural hit. I don't care for it though,
Yeah, I'm the
personally.
same. Um,
So this has to be fully based off of how much impact it had, and it had a huge impact.
oh, I mean,
So
impact is S, but I think in terms of our enjoyment, we probably drop it down a bit.
I mean, I would say impact is S plus if I'm being 100% honest. Before Fortnite, this was the thing that dominated kids convincing their parents to buy something
Yeah.
on a game. So what I'll say if you're happy with this, put it into S plus, but it is at the very end of it. Like we both acknowledge that it is very, very damn important, but I don't care for it whatsoever. So it's clearly important enough to be up there, but enjoyment wise, I couldn't care less about it existing. If you want
Yeah.
to push that further down, or make a counter argument to that, but it
I,
feels like if we weren't to put it in S plus, that's fairly disingenuous considering how much power and influence that has.
but then I think you would look at some of the other games that we have lower and just because of personal, like Assassin's Creed 2 at B,
But that Minecraft is the
much more impactful for
is
sure.
before the Fortnite thing. It'd be like ranking Fortnite and then being like, yeah, D tier because I don't care for it. It's like it genuinely changed the industry, much like with Minecraft changed the
No,
industry.
I think we definitely got to show it love, but I'm not sure how much love. Like, because neither of us really have that love. So it's like, it would suck. We can debate this, but when I look at Max Payne 3, I'm like, Minecraft ahead of fucking Max Payne 3. I just, that is tough to swallow. I understand impact wise, no doubt,
We'll
but
keep it an S then.
I'm cool with
Because
going,
I don't have a boat in this race. It's more so the fact of like me trying to acknowledge just because it's the same thing with like why I've put Modern Warfare 4 in S plus. It's not the best Call of Duty, but the impact that it had on all the other Call of Duties, or the impact that it had on like online gaming and stuff, is why it's up there.
how about we go somewhere around this Halo range?
Yeah, you could put it with Halo 3 and Modern Warfare 2, unfortunately.
You good with that? I mean, I'm okay with jumping to S plus if need be, but
No, I mean unfortunate because I don't care for it. I don't want it. I wouldn't want it on the list, regardless if it's like it wouldn't make my top 100
yeah,
personal
same.
Xbox list. But
Well,
it's the
we'll
thing of like we need to acknowledge its existence. Unfortunately,
yeah, we'll show it some love. It got its just due. All right, let's go. Now we're really in EA territory here. So Mass Effect, the Mass Effect series, I think is probably the greatest trilogy of video games ever made. Mass Effect 1 through 3. Um, I guess you can. Yeah, there's a couple things you can argue, but it's up there. My favorite is Mass Effect 1. The best is Mass Effect 2. I can acknowledge that. Like even my bias aside, Mass Effect 2 is a better game than 1. I'm cool with going I, for me personally, Mass Effect 1 and 2 would be number 1 and 2 on this list. So they're definitely S plus in my opinion. We can debate the order though. Where are you thinking Mass Effect 1 and 2 belong on here? Well, we'll talk about 3 when we get to it. I think 3 is well below.
um, yeah, put them both in S plus so we can see them on the screen, and we'll move
Yeah.
them up.
Okay.
Um, so what gets me thinking as to who goes ahead of who? You think of the big impactful moments of two, for sure, because they were executed so well. The thing that people also sleep on, how many universes of that rich of a lore are you given and you immediately care about? There
Dude.
isn't. There isn't much. Because the writing in this game and the way that they presented it was second to none.
Yes.
Because
I
they knew what they had on their hands was very, very, very special.
I think the argument that you make is Mass Effect 2 just plays way fucking better. It's like Gears of War with the damn dialogue decisions. Like it's crazy that a game that well is also an RPG. A game that plays that well is also an RPG. Like that's you never fucking see that. And at the time, even still to this day, I is there another third person shooter role playing game like that is that level of fucking quality on both ends? I don't think so.
No, not from a shooter perspective, I don't think. No.
It's crazy, man. It genuinely is crazy. And also, you have your different build types and all that stuff is still in place, but it's a shooter at its core. Um, I would like to see these games, both of them, towards the top. How do you feel about that?
Yep. This can immediately. They can both snap at the heels of GTA 5, and then we'll push. We'll drag this one out because we're so fond of this series. And so for me, Mass Effect 1, absolutely above GTA 5. Enjoyment wise, absolutely. It was what made me fall in love. Same with Mass Effect 2. I think it resonated with me more than Batman Arkham Asylum. Both of these games.
So here's my thing. Do you want to do the political thing where we put one of the Mass Effects towards the top and we leave the other one down a bit? Or
No.
do you want to do it just honestly from the heart?
No.
Because if it's honestly from the heart, yeah, I'm with you. Ahead of both of them ahead of Arkham.
Yep.
I would go both of them ahead of Red Dead. Would
Yep.
you?
Yep.
I would go both of them ahead of Deus Ex. But here's where we can get political and we can negotiate. I think you might go Human Revolution ahead of one of the Mass Effects. Am I correct? Which Mass Effect would you go? Would you take Human Revolution over?
Mass Effect 1 would be first.
It would be ahead of Human Revolution? Okay, well, dude, we are in fucking sync. Wonderful.
Yep. Because, like I said, immediately giving you a universe that you care about. Don't get me wrong, the gun gear system is whack. The Mako feels like a shopping trolley. Like, there's plenty wrong with the game. But how many games create a brand new IP from the ground up and have it start off at a sprint and not a snail's crawl? Of like
Fucking
getting you
crazy.
excited, getting you invested, getting you like, oh my god, yes, you're even throwing words at me that I don't understand, specters and all this, and I'm just like, yes, I'm here for it. This is amazing.
Yeah. Dude, and you know I'm not a lore guy at all, but like I was even into all that shit. Like I'm even into the what's the prior history of the Spectre and what well this person was disbanded for this action and like you're invested in you're just walking around the Citadel. It's like this fucking booming, the economy is rich, there's life, there's nightclub environments, and obviously that stuff does improve to the next level in Mass Effect 2, where you're really exploring like some crazy locales in Mass Effect 2. And there are some that's the thing where it's tough, because Mass Effect 2 mission design wise is like almost unparalleled compared to maybe anything else on this entire list. There's three missions I can think of off the top of my head in
Yeah,
Mass Effect 2 that are like hard to fucking beat in any RPG ever.
but it wouldn't be the way that is without how strong Mass Effect 1 was. Like
Totally.
this is what also like again drawing it back to like it's a fairly early gen game and it
Oh yeah.
accomplished all of this. You're talking
Oh seven.
around the time back Gears of War and stuff. So
Yeah.
it didn't have the benefit of coming out after Gears of War like significantly where they could be like, all right, we will steal that formula of the snap cover thing. It had that weird awkwardness of you walking up and then it pulling you in.
Well,
But
and
what it accomplished was just incredible. Like, yeah. And the Paragon Renegade system is still just. I know people aren't as like invested in it, but it works in Mass Effect in the way that it doesn't work in Dragon Age. It
yep.
just fits Mass Effect.
Well, and I mean, Mass Effect 1 is just a better RPG than Mass Effect 2. You know what I mean? Like in terms of the role-playing systems on offer, it's just a better RPG in my opinion. Like Mass Effect 2 streamlines things reasonably so to make it a better shooter. And yeah, so anywho, I'm totally fine with that ranking. But as you alluded to, we got the Dragon Age games up next and we got Mass Effect 3. Um so we have like 10, 20, 30, 40 games or so left. I'm going to rapid fire run through the sports games. We'll see how we feel, and we might do a part two to rank the rest of them.
Okay.
All right. So Mass Effect 3, I'm thinking probably somewhere around the A range. I don't think it's in company with the S games. I would probably say, just for a quick synopsis here, I would probably say somewhere ahead of the Fable games.
You can put it behind Borderlands 2.
Okay. Perfect. Boom. Ending was a bit of a
Um,
bummer, but the
yep.
gameplay is really good.
Along with like when you're looking at it through the lens of like the complete package, the
Yep.
DLCs make it really interesting. What doesn't get shouted to the rooftops enough because not enough people like cared for it, but that multiplayer that they had, it was fun. I've
Absolutely.
lost so many damn hours in that multiplayer.
I got to be honest, Lune, I'm really curious about this next ranking here, Dragon Age Origins and Dragon Age 2.
Hmm.
I I so I thought you were a Dragon Age guy way over Mass Effect. Am I wrong in that assumption?
I mean, it flip flops.
So would you have Dragon Age Origins is S plus, no doubt.
Hmm.
Would you put it in that same camp as the Mass Effect games? Or are you kind of like Mass Effect's better, but I just love Dragon Age?
So because we have identical like the first three, right? Basically,
Yeah.
personally, it would be like I would flip flop between putting it in front of Mass Effect 2 or behind Mass Effect 2. Personally,
I would definitely go behind, but I could concede ahead of it. I'd be okay with that just to spice up the list a little bit.
I
If you feel like it's better than Mass Effect 2, I'd be okay with putting it ahead of Mass Effect 2.
think it's a better RPG, but it's not cinematically better. And like,
Yeah. Well, how about yeah,
oh,
we
is it better narratively? Is the splitting?
here's what I will say. I think that like some of the stuff towards the end of Dragon Age Origins is fucking crazy, dude. Like some of the narrative spins and some of the like political situations you get into towards the end of the game and the decisions you can make and the payoffs from the earlier decisions that show their head later in the game. Like uh, Dragon Mass Effect 2 has great mission structure where you're doing really cool shit, seeing really cool shit, but the decision making payoff feels a little bit stronger in Origins and in Mass Effect
Mm.
1, I would even argue. Like I think that the Ashley Caden section, the Rex on the beach, like those are more memorable than most of the decisions you make in Mass Effect 2 in my opinion. But um Dragon Age Origins is kind of right there with a lot of those heavy decisions. So I'm cool with putting it ahead of ME2.
I would put Mass Effect 2 above it
Okay. I mean, I'm
because the loyalty missions in Mass Effect 2, then when you get to that penultimate mission, and then it's like the game is asking you, have you paid attention to see whose strong suits are what? And if
yep,
you haven't, like, if you've just been autopiloting it and you've not been paying attention,
you're fucked.
yeah.
Yep.
So, whereas you can't really do that in Dragon Age, you get your little choices and stuff, but they're, yeah. I still haven't seen that be matched.
Totally.
That suicide mission.
I guess yeah, I guess I should say the small choices in Dragon Age Origins that end up feeling consequential the more you play, like the further in the game you go. Like not to spoil any, but the shit with like Morrigan, where we ain't even got to get into it, but it's just there's things like that that have really fucking satisfying arcs. Dragon Age 2, however, I think is probably a weaker story. Oh, that is cool. Look how it separates from the page. Do you see that?
Yeah.
That is fucking awesome. So Dragon Age 2, I think, has a probably worse story overall. Streamlines things quite a bit. Like you said, it kind of tries to go in that Paragon Renegade. It tries to take after that, opposed to having the scroll of text from Dragon Age Origins, which I loved because you really didn't know what you were necessarily setting yourself up for. Felt like you had so much freedom in your dialogue. And Dragon Age 2 tried to streamline it a bit. Combat got quite a bit simpler as well, which I actually like the combat more in Dragon Age 2. I know that's a hot take, but um, I, how do you feel about it? I would probably drop it. The story I think is actually really fucking strong in Dragon Age 2.
It is. It is a toss up between it's in front or behind Mass Effect 3. It's in that same wheelhouse.
Oh,
There
so you
wasn't. I love it. This is the thing, but I'm also aware like this isn't. This is kind of like a. I don't think they should have named it Dragon Age 2 kind of thing. Like this isn't what should have been the sequel to it.
wait, so you would put Dead Space 3 ahead of Dragon Age 2? I'm not even saying you're wrong. I haven't played
Mm,
Dead Space 3. I have no idea. Because I like Dragon Age 2 a whole hell of a lot more than Mass Effect 3.
uh,
Just so while you're thinking, I would personally, for me, I would go ahead of Dishonored and probably ahead of Far Cry 3, right below Dead Space.
the way I envision, like when I look at it, it's because I've trumpeted the game. But the thing is it feels more like a standalone experience rather than what should have been a numbered entry. There were so many things that they fumbled with this.
But just as a video game, though, because we're just talking about top
No,
100,
but that's
you
what I
know.
mean, and that's why I kind of drew the comparisons with Mass Effect 3 because they turned it into a Mass Effect game. From this point onward, with Dragon Age 2, they were just mimicking Mass Effect because it's what was successful. They ended up really forcefully morphing the series into fitting that Renegade Paragon system, and it impacted the choice from the characters, like what you're choosing to say. The writing itself was fine,
Yeah, it
like the
was.
lore and the story, whatever they're doing, but whatever you're choosing to input really suffered because it restricted it in the same way like Fallout 4 restricted by going down that route.
I'd, I'd,
Um,
I'm fine dropping it to A, but if you like Dead Space 3 more than it, I'm totally fine with dropping it to A.
mm, No, it can go above Dead Space 3.
I'd take it above Arkham Origins. Would you?
Probably.
Would you go ahead of Metro Last Light?
No, no, no chance.
Okay, perfect. That's perfect seating for it.
It feels bad that Mass Effect 3 is so far down that list now. Poor little Mass Effect 3.
Well, listen, I well, yeah, I would take Saints Row 2 ahead of Mass Effect 3. I would take the Gears games. Yeah. I mean, we
It
can
just
bump it
feels
up a little
wrong.
bit. Do you want to bump it?
Put it above Borderlands 2.
I'll even go above Saints Row 2 if you want me to.
No, that's I think just having it above anything with Randy Pitchford's name on it is fine.
Do you like Dragon Age 2 more than Mass Effect 3? I definitely do, I think.
This is what I mean. If I'm being 100% honest, I don't have any of them like BioWare titles that like seriously break like the atmosphere and like being different. Like they all just it's like an Easter egg basket and they just all live in it kind of thing. And
No.
it's just like I can kind of like go for a Mass Effect 3
Hmm.
in a certain year and being like I don't want that particular then I can go for a Mass Effect 1. It's kind of that weird thing. It's just they're just
So,
really great games.
do you want to leave it here or would you rather bump it to the S?
Put it above Dead Space 3, Mass Effect 3. That's it
Or do you
feels
want to
just
just
it
drop Dead Space
feels
3 down?
no because Dead Space 3 is like it is the thing of like I do think it gets unfairly shit on
Okay,
personally.
that's
I
totally
think it
fine.
genuinely is a great co-op game.
All right, so
I
now,
can't wait to get flayed for that.
no, dude, hey, it's our list. Sports games rapid ranking. Here we go.
This is
Fight
all you.
Fight Night Champion, excellent story. That's why I included it in here. It's got a fucking fantastic story.
Mhm.
I would go definitely above. I'd go right below Assassin's Creed 2, definitely above Limbo. NBA 2K11, this is the game that pretty much killed NBA Live. That it's so impressive that a game that is like that fucking good pretty much makes the competitor feel like they can't compete any longer. And it's not even a thing where like back in the day, NFL 2K5 was so good, EA went out and bought the exclusivity license for the NFL from that point moving forward so that 2K could no longer compete. 2K
Mhm.
pretty much said this time, like, we're gonna make something that's so fucking good that like there's no you just you die. You become irrelevant. Like people just quit playing your thing because what we have is so good. That is 2K11 is the pinnacle of that. I would drop this in the A tier. Um I would go above BioShock 2, below Fable.
So we forgot to add a FIFA game. Oh, that's my bad. Got to give that a shout. I probably would be landing right where you put that NBA game. Would probably be like a FIFA 14 in its like importance and stuff.
Okay, do you
So
want me to
just
add
a
one real
shout out
quick?
to that. No, it's fine.
Okay.
It's no biggie. It's just I wanted to give that a shout because it's just the kind of thing where it's like, oh, I can't overlook that.
Um NCAA 14 is like I'm gonna drop this one. It's a great football game, but it was really only so impactful because it was the last one, and now we have
Mm-hmm.
new ones, so it's not like it doesn't quite have that thing. I'm gonna drop it at the bottom of the
Kick it
B.
down the road now.
All Pro Football 2K8. This was 2K coming back, trying to do something that they still have some of the best football mechanics ever in video games. I'm gonna put this uh, right above State of Decay, right above Skate 3. All Pro Football 2K8, incredibly mechanically sound video game, but it's it didn't catch on for a reason. College Hoops
Hmm.
2K8, the best college basketball game of all time. I am going to drop this one right above, right below The Walking Dead. Well, I'll go right above Brotherhood. For college hoops 2K8. UFC Undisputed 2010, best UFC game of all time. We're gonna drop this bad boy into the It's still probably in that B tier range. I'll go.
Mhm. So I played a little bit of it as well.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah, back in the day. Very, very
Um,
brief memories. But yeah, it would have probably been around about the B too. Sounds about right.
Perfect. I'll actually even go below Limbo, but ahead of the Resident Evil games for sure. WWE 13, I'm not all that hot on this, and I just had to include it in here because I know it's the best wrestling game of the time. But I'd still go bottom of the C tier, or I mean I'd go ahead of Assassin's Creed 1, below 3. Dark Souls. So now this is your bread and butter. I'm gonna be silent for so that way I don't make
Drag
that.
that up to the S plus.
Let's see. Where at in
And
the
I
S
will
plus are you
see
thinking?
where about this. I have to have a look. Let me scroll up. Right. It's above Oblivion. Uh, um, Look, man, you're not going to agree that just behind GTA 5, you're talking about
It
a game
created
that
its own
comes out on the
genre.
360 generation, and it created its own genre. That was exactly my like, and it's not my personal favorite Dark Souls game of all time, so it doesn't sting seeing it that low as some other people. But it's
Wait, you think that's low?
yeah, yes. There's some people that would probably argue that that should be even higher.
Would you
You're
argue that
talking about go on.
would you say that Demon Souls created its own genre? Or was it specifically Dark Souls for
So
some reason?
so Demon Souls was like the base foundation, but it didn't have Demon Souls was like segmented worlds. You walk through a teleporting location.
Hmm.
Dark Souls is all open. It did the thing of like if you can look out onto like the horizon and see something big, you will go there. And it's all like there's no loading screens. The only loading screen you get, the only two loading screens I should say, is when you go to the Kiln of the First Flame, and then when you go to Anor Londo. Like that's incredible for a 360 game doing what that did. So yeah.
Battlefield 4?
Um, Probably A tier. Looking back on it, um, oh,
You thinking Gears range? Below
I am
Gears
thinking,
range?
yeah,
Yeah. Felt like it definitely had that same splash.
yep. I think I'll be kind. I'll give Gears One the edge and put it just behind it. But this is like the thing of like Battlefield was taken seriously, like really seriously at that point, which is good.
Bayonetta fucking fantastic video game. I mean, I would say maybe it's up there with the most fun character action game of all time. Just in terms of raw fun. I'm not talking about skill, complexity, all that. Just raw fun character action. Bayonetta is up there. For me personally, Bayonetta is somewhere in that A range. What are you thinking?
I played 2 hours of this game and I didn't
All
really click with it. But I think
right.
it's more of the it's not that's not a dig against the game. That's a time and place thing. It was like,
Well,
I don't really actually want to play this right now. But what I played, I enjoyed. I will say though, because there's Devil May Cry on this list somewhere, isn't it? I will fight
uh,
tooth and nail. There's no way like Devil May Cry 4 is below that.
see,
Personally,
that's the fucking one loophole you got me in. I've played all the Devil May Cry games except for four. So you got me there.
I mean, I would have fought tooth and nail for three, maybe not one, definitely not two.
I
Three
would
and four,
take
I think I enjoyed more than this.
I let's go Bayonetta ahead of can we go ahead of Black Ops right below The Walking Dead?
Right, it's a better game than Dead Island, surely. Better game than Darkness 2. You don't think it's better than Fable 2? Having played it?
Yeah, actually I do. So hold up, we gotta adjust
Oh,
some shit. NBA 2K11, I'm gonna have to bump up a bit.
okay.
Uh, I'll leave it there, and then can we
Yep.
go Bayonetta right behind NBA 2K, or right above
Yep.
maybe? We'll
I
go right
mean, I would
behind.
probably even say that it's. I would move NBA and Bayonetta up, switch Army of Two and Crackdown with them two, probably.
Okay,
From like
perfect.
what I'm envisioning, like your like how much reference you have for them things, it would fit like that.
All right.
And
Well, Loon, I think we might have lost you, man. You still there? Oh, the
yeah,
audio. There's like a
yeah.
huge delay. You,
I was there.
all right, we're good now. We're back in. We're back in. It just like there was a significant fucking
Had you worried there for a moment?
cutout there. All right, so Castlevania Lords
The
of
beauty.
Shadow. All right, so how are you feeling? You want to save these for a part two, or do you want to rapid fire just run through the rest of this list?
How long has this gone on for?
Probably 3 hours and 30 minutes or so.
It's not worried about like my time, it's about the people watching. If you wanted to just
Yeah,
compress this all into one,
fuck it. Well, let's if you're good on time, I'm good on time. For I got another probably 20 minutes or so. I think we can get through these in
yeah, and
20
some of
minutes.
these we can get through very, very quickly as well.
Perfect. All right.
We got most of the heavy lifters out of the way.
Absolutely. Um, so yeah, we'll just kind of focus more on actually trying to place the games, and then if we need to get into a debate, we can
Hmm.
get into a debate. Lords of Shadow, Castlevania Lords of Shadow. Um, where are you thinking for this bad boy?
If it was me on my list, that'd be just behind Metro 2033.
Okay,
I think this
that's
is a really, really good game.
fine with me, brother. Right
That
behind
got,
Metro 23.
again, with the thing of like just being torn to shreds
Yeah.
for whatever reason.
So I played a little bit. I don't even remember which one I played. I played one of the 360 games. I thought it was pretty damn good. I just never got around to finishing it. Condemned Criminal Origins. I love this fucking game. Excellent, excellent
Hmm.
survival horror, excellent atmosphere. I would probably go Condemned Criminal Origins somewhere around probably right below Saints Row 2. Would you be cool with conceding Borderlands 2? Or we can go right below Borderlands 2?
I'd put it above Saints Row 2.
Okay. I'm fine with that. Keep it below Gears
You can go above Gears 2 as well.
and then
Yeah, that'd
behind
be fine.
Battlefield. Perfect.
Yeah.
Crisis. I mean, this was a technical showpiece at the time on PC for sure. But I mean, it was still had an impact on console.
Yeah.
What you thinking ranking wise?
Did you play any of them?
Nah.
Hmm. Where's Dishonored located? Up
Dishonored
there.
is right there by Far Cry 3 in the S tier.
I would put it just behind Far Cry 3.
Perfect. Perfection.
I'm gonna be very interested in. Have you played Dante's Inferno?
Yep. Fun as
How did
hell.
you, how did you feel?
So it's really, really good God of War style hack and slash, you know, character action ish game. I put about 4 or 5 hours into it, 4 hours into it, something like that. I think I'm pretty close to the end of it. And then I just kind of got a little bit samey, but I love the fucking environments. I love the atmosphere. I love the tone. Um, yeah, I mean, it's a really good game.
What's the top line of A looking like?
Alan Wake, 2033, Lords of Shadow, Gears 3,
It's behind Metro for me. If you want
above
to like
Castlevania.
argue placing that further down, you can.
Nah, dude. I mean, you finished it, so I'm gonna take your praise for it to the bank. Um, Devil May Cry 4. This is your baby. How in what tier are you thinking Devil May Cry 4 belongs in? Are you that hot on it to where you're like S plus, S range, or are
I
you
don't think it's S plus.
okay?
It is. You know what? I've been mindful for a lot of these titles. This is going to be a pure me pick, so you can take that to the bank. It is fourth place in S. This game is incredible.
Perfect. Right ahead of Fallout 3.
Yeah.
Once again, I got to play it before I can argue. We'll have to come back to this video in 10
Like, are
years
you
and
out of your mind?
but no, I mean I love the Devil May Cry games. I mean, I'd take Devil May Cry 5 ahead of Fallout 3, so
It's
take that for what you
important
will.
to understand as well is that when they give you a different protagonist and you still resonate with the game, that just shows you how good the game is.
Totally.
Like Nero's fun to play.
Dirt 3. This is you, Loon. Is this a all-timer racing title?
Um, yeah, yep. What's A looking like?
Alan Wake at the top. Below that, we got Gears 2. Below that, BioShock 2. Below that, Far Cry 4 in terms of the actual lines.
Put it in front of Just Cause 2, if I'm being
Just
honest.
so Just Cause 2 and right below Gears 3.
Yeah.
Perfect. So how about we hit these racing games back to back to back here? We have oh shit. That's Forza Motorsport. I meant to Forza Horizon 3.
No, it
Um
was Motorsport.
oh okay,
I
perfect,
actually
perfect.
didn't really care for the early Horizon games. They were kind of limited, if I'm being honest.
Perfect. Well, where do you want to rank Motorsport?
Ahead of Army of Two.
Ahead of Army of Two, the first one, or
Yeah.
okay, right below
Like
Bayonetta?
it's an incredibly good, well-made simulation racer. But man, what matters is enjoyment, and it didn't get me as much enjoyment as the other two racing games on this list.
What is it? That's Test Drive Unlimited 2, right?
Yep.
Okay. So
Oh
this
my God.
is
This
this
is
is a
what.
classic.
Yep. This is what. If I'm not even, like, it has to have been what inspired the Horizon games. This game is what laid that foundation for so many hours sunk into this. Damn. It's so weird when you try and like be like, yeah, it's a racing game, so I'm trying to like, did I like it more than that?
Right. So
As like a gameplay, yeah, but like as a genre, man, it feels weird putting racing so high. But it is.
talking S maybe?
Yeah, I think above Dragon Age 2. I
Perfect.
think this is an incredible racing game.
Perfect.
And
So
what did you do to my boy with that new one?
yeah, it's so rough, man. Um, all right, so I think those are all the racing games on the list. Now we get to Dragon's Dogma. Um, once again, another one of your children here that you're having to potentially sacrifice. How much are you willing to sacrifice on Dragon's Dogma? Where are you thinking that bad boy should go?
I think it does many, many aspects better than a lot of RPGs that came out at the time. It was just way too ambitious.
Yep.
I think it was juggling way, 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 way too much and can't be considered amongst the greats.
Thinking maybe
A tier.
okay. High up.
Yep. I think we'll put it in front of Dirt Free.
Bingo. Cool.
There's a lot
Fear.
of things the game does well, but boy, some of that mission structure is whack.
Fear's an incredible video game.
Yep.
For what it was doing at the time. Obviously, a lot of Half-Life inspiration there, and yeah, just the tech on offer it was a showpiece early on for the generation. And I think it's an important 360 game, kind of like Condemned as well. I would personally put Fear kind of in that same Condemned camp, maybe a little bit lower. What do you think about that?
Is this the original game or the follow-ups?
This is the first Fear.
I mean, I would put that in front of Crisis personally.
Front of Crisis. So,
S2. I
okay.
think
Right below Far Cry
with
3.
what it was doing, well, again, it's a launch title around that time. Like
Yo.
the AI, the destruction,
Mm-hmm.
all of that stuff, making you feel like the world is actually lived in because they're talking to each other and giving like orders and commands and stuff like that. Can't be understated.
Yeah. I mean, it was really, really impressive. The tech on display was really impressive at the time. Hitman Absolution. So this is actually a Hitman game I don't think I've ever played. Um, are you super, super hot on Absolution?
I mean, I enjoy it. It's a flawed product. Probably around about like the Resident Evil 6
Perfect.
shouts. I think
Below six, below five, or above six and five?
just put it in between them.
In between them. Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh,
Just be safe.
shit. Accidentally grabbed Army of Two. Army of Two was below Borderlands, right?
I have no idea.
That's all good. We'll drop it in there. That'll be all right. Um, Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning. So, fucking fun ass third person action RPG. Once again, kind of like you talked about earlier, a bit, rough around the edges, a little bit of jank in there, but a really, really good product. Um, Once again, in terms of this list, how high up do you think it's going?
I've also just like what do you call it? Light bulb and been like, that like we've missed Darksiders, which I would probably
Hmm.
have like shoveled in. So this can kind of go where I would have put Darksiders as well. Because it has that kind of because what I was going to link that to is a very designed in the same way where it's kind of messy. It's a fun game, but it's got way too much like bloat to it with like Darksiders 2 as well. Because you've played Kingdoms Amalur?
Mm-hmm.
Did you finish it?
Uh-uh.
No, because it just gets so like it's fun, but it's very, very, very going through the motions. I think Borderlands 1 round about there
Okay.
because it's a fun game for a short period of time, but when if you're pushing through it fully, you are doing the same stuff again and again and again.
Below Borderlands 1?
No. I will not give any W to Randy. Go away. Do you give me any question like that?
Lost Odyssey.
S plus.
S plus.
Best JRPG on the system.
Bottom S plus?
It's above Oblivion for me. But this is the thing is that like if you want to counter argue, if you think like Oblivion is an incredible Western RPG that could rival it, it's just the writing on display in Lost Odyssey is, I would say, very bordering on like The Witcher 2 levels of writing of just perfection. of just every single time they have something to say when it's not like back and forth banter. That's different. When it's actually been like, all right, and here we're gonna sit down and like take it seriously. It's really well written. So I'd put it
Ahead of
behind The Witcher 2, personally.
ahead of Tomb Raider.
Yeah.
Alpha Protocol. Now this is both our baby. This is a tough one because, like we've talked about for a couple other games here recently, janky, rough around the edges as can be. But man, there's nothing else like it on the market. Like nothing even close to it on the market. It's literally a one of one, which is kind of impossible in in gaming. Uh, it's crazy. It's crazy that this is the only modern day spy RPG. Like it's fucking nuts. Um, I love this game. I think the writing is so incredible. I think the choice is actually having that much effect to where you can see so many different situations, even small situations, present themselves. The only game that's ever made emailing fun. You know what I mean? Like you're actually interested in the email exchanges and shit. Um, I personally would go S plus, but I'm fine with dropping it a little bit lower.
Nope. For me, it's S plus. It's Obsidian. It's going to sound strange. It's Obsidian at their best, where they have weird, wonky ideas. They don't fit together, but it somehow makes it a more endearing product.
Yeah. I mean, I personally would, once again, personally, I would go ahead of Dragon Age Origins and right below Mass Effect 2, personally. But I'm totally willing to even put it below something like LA Noire or even Spec Ops The Line. Or I'm honestly, I'm happy to just have it in the fucking S plus. Like I'm not necessarily. I could understand an argument for like The Witcher 2 or Skyrim being ahead of it, for sure.
Put a because still to this day, it's still a fairly broken product. Put it next to Skyrim. They go hand in hand. They're both broken.
Ahead of Skyrim or below it?
Wherever you would want to put it.
I'll happily drop it
Take your
ahead.
W's where you get them.
Happily will drop it ahead of Skyrim. Um, Ultimate Alliance 2, good game, but when talking about the grand scale of this list, probably pretty low. I'm thinking A tier.
Did you enjoy the first or second one more? Out of curiosity.
I enjoy the X-Men Legends game. Both of those are my favorites,
That wasn't
but
the question.
I I don't know, man. Like if I'm being totally honest, they blend together in my head so fucking much to the point
So
where
how
I
I look at Mass Effect and Dragon Age, they're kind of hard to distinguish on their own.
Oh, you really? So you can't like separate the moments from which was in which game?
No, I can separate the moments, but I mean enjoyment wise, like they counteract each other so well that the positives of one keep it completely level with the negatives of another.
See, that's what I'm with the Ultimate Alliance games, specifically with Marvel Ultimate Alliance. I don't really feel this way about X-Men Legends, but with Ultimate Alliance 1 and 2, like I kind of forget which moment was in which game.
Uh, no, I remember. I can distinguish both of them games because they were very weird. I remember Ultimate Alliance 1 just being you just went to weird shit. Like Modoc questioning you about like what percentage of the planet is water, and then in Ultimate Alliance 2 it was just what do you call it? Avengers Infinite. What was it? Whatever they had the clashing between the two
Yeah, the
superheroes,
Infinity War, the
whatever it was,
yeah.
Civil War.
Um
That was it.
oh yeah. So you thinking A tier or B tier or higher? Or I'm not getting a read on this one for you.
I I wasn't actually all that hot on it.
Okay.
Um, I felt like the first game was much more gamey. Um, the second game, I don't know. It felt like missed potential in a way. Where's BioShock 2 located? I didn't know that.
BioShock 2 is, I think, in the A
In the A tier.
tier.
I'd probably be on the same level as that, as where it's like it's a sequel to a game that I like.
Would you go ahead of Darkness 2?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Rage.
Oh God, the game that has an ending. Have you played this?
I played the second one, a little bit of the second one.
It is, yeah. It's such a fun game up until that final stretch, and then it just ends. It's just like, oh, okay, that's the ending. Bizarre. Um, I don't know. Top of B, maybe.
How about, are we talking around Assassin's Creed 2 or
I enjoyed it more than Modern Warfare 3 and ODST.
oh damn, top of B.
I
Literally.
think, yeah, I don't think you can give a game that has that bad of an ending into the A tier.
So what we got here? Civilization Revolution?
Yep. I don't know if I can. I mean, I love it. It's perfect in every in every conceivable way. Other than the fact that it blew up my Xbox One battery pack one time.
Oh Jesus, really?
Yeah, which was rather humorous. Um, damn. I don't know. It's a complete me game, so put it next to Dirt Free, but with the caveat of both of them games. You know, I understand they're probably not A tiers for most people, but they're A
Right.
tiers for me.
Force Unleashed. Fucking awesome opening. Some awesome moments. Playing with the Force was sick as shit. But I still do kind of think it's like a, in the grand scheme of things, maybe a B tier game. Maybe we
Ooh,
could get it into the A tier.
what is an A tier? Scroll.
The Army of Two is an A tier. Crackdown, Fable. So we
Yeah,
could
it's
probably
above
get it
Army
in
of
A
Two.
tier. Yeah. All right. Ahead of the first Army of Two. Boom. Let's see. Rainbow Six Vegas 2.
Mm. Put that above Army of Two as well for me. I It's a product of its time, very clunky now, but that is my first like true multiplayer experience of getting onto a mic and talking with people.
Hmm.
So that's always gonna like probably it's probably a B tier game in most people's eyes, maybe even C tier to some people. But for me, it made that big of an impact.
Space Marine 1. I know this is definitely one you're going to want to rate pretty highly.
It kind of plays in the same. It's weird that we're all landing around the same thing, but it does kind of feel like a Force Unleashed in terms of
Hmm.
quality, of like that swing, swing, swing kind of thing.
You want to go right under Force Unleashed or right above or
I would put it in front of Force Unleashed personally.
perfect. Perfect. XCOM Enemy Unknown.
S too.
Regular S or
This
double S?
we'll keep it in S for now, and I'll work through the.
Would you go above or below BioShock?
Would go above,
Above or below Dead Space 2?
above.
Above or below Devil May Cry 4?
Nah. No.
Below Fallout 3?
I think they kind of that's kind of befitting that it landed there. Because they both kind of revitalized a genre, a series, an IP basically that kind of was dormant for a while. Personally, I would edge it over Fallout 3, but you can put it behind it if you liked Fallout 3 enough.
I'm taking your word for it. I haven't dove into the XCOM verse enough to really push back on you. The Saboteur, I love the Saboteur, but we're not talking about, we're not talking about on the level of, it's not even on the level of a Saints Row, I wouldn't say. I would go above Resident Evil Revelations, below Brotherhood for the Saboteur. Have
Mhm.
you played the Saboteur?
Very, very briefly.
Okay. Deadly Premonition, this is one we both played. We both finished this, right?
No, I didn't. But I have a lot more love for it than you do. It's the thing of like, man, if there's something just weird, I give it so much more leniency than I should
Mhm. I
because
like it a
it's
lot too.
like it's like the thing with like Alpha Protocol, why we give that such a lenient take on something that's so incredibly broken, and it's
Yeah.
because it's so unique.
You want to go? I mean, I'm cool with going above BioShock 2 for
Where's
Deadly
that?
Premonition. In the A tier, right below Fable 2.
Um,
I'd have a hard time going above Fable 2.
yeah, I'll take that W.
Compromise.
Knowing that truly it is an S tier game.
Oh
Just like Swan Song.
man. Okay, where did I fuck up? I fucked up. There we go. All right. Enslaved Odyssey to the West. Have you finished this one?
No.
This is
One that I want to kind of give a go to. It's one of the. I know you said that you've cleared a lot of the things that are like must plays. This is like one of the final ones on my list where it's like, why haven't you played this?
yeah.
I don't know.
You'll dig the shit out of this. Really, really good narrative. Really good narrative. Ninja Theory before they went too into the pretentious shit. I don't know. Hellblade was a story that needed to be told when it was told, but I hope they get back to a little bit more fun. Enslaved Odyssey to the West is an excellent video game. Not excellent S tier maybe, but excellent A tier. I would happily put this above. I'd go right below The Walking Dead if that's cool with you.
Where is it?
In the A tier, right above Call of Duty Black Ops. I can go below Call of Duty Black Ops as well. I'd be fine with that.
It's the type of thing like I have no I haven't touched it.
All right.
So
Dark
take it
Void
away.
is Dark Void one that you've played?
Yeah, I think these last three were the ones that I gave an extra shout out to. These were like my
Okay.
picks to interject.
I love
Like,
Dark
you
Void.
have to have these three. Yeah, it's such a weird game.
Yeah.
It's
Iron Man.
it really is just probably the closest that we've gotten to Iron Man
Yeah.
in that sense. It has like cool moments where alien spaceships are blowing up and you jump off and you exit the ship from underneath, and it's just like that moment's cool. Well, boy, oh boy, is the game rough in many other aspects,
It is.
and just in a similar way to Rage, just ends out of nowhere. It feels like you're building this story up, and then it's just like, yeah, that's the end. And it's like, okay, sure.
Actually, it's funny that you mentioned that. This probably is B tier. It's fun as hell, but it's probably a B tier on this list. Maybe low A.
I would, because what I'm envisioning is like that same feeling I had by the end of Rage, where it's like it's a fun gameplay loop, but you don't give me like what we're looking for. We both, I think, feel this. You want narrative conclusion and
Yeah.
finality, and there isn't any in Dogfoot, and there
Right.
isn't any in Rage. It just ends out of nowhere. So it's like the gameplay can carry it all the way to the top of B, but it has no right being an A.
You want to go ahead of Rage or below Rage?
I think I personally enjoyed Rage a little bit more, but
Perfect.
if you enjoyed the jetpacking
I mean, I love it, but once again,
significantly.
the always is gonna go. You're the 360 guy much more than I am. This is I am gonna lean towards your perspective. Asura's Wrath. Did you finish this? I haven't finished this one yet.
No, I I really need to stop starting things and stopping them. Like, because it was a thing. I was loving every moment of this. This game is it's jaw dropping that they made it. Like, how much budget did they put into this?
It's
Like every
stupid.
single set piece is up to 11, and it's just like Jesus Christ.
Just looking at the list, I'm thinking
Ah,
somewhere around that like Crackdown range, probably in the A tier. Are you thinking higher?
I'm I've very, very struggled to see like if this falls off. To, I think it's just going to be that kind of like production quality and vibe and enjoyment. I'd probably put it above Dead Space 3, behind Mass Effect 3. Like it creeps into the S.
Okay.
This
Above
feels like
Dragon's
something
Dogma?
truly special. Sorry?
Above Dragon's Dogma?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I
So
think
ahead.
Dragon's Dogma, both of them games, both one and two, are just things of like really cool ideas. They just don't execute them particularly well.
Well, speaking of really cool ideas,
Oh, I contradicted myself. There is a better pirate game.
oh
AC.
brother, Risen 2.
Oh,
Listen, man, this is your bread and butter. If you want to rank it high, I'm happy to let you.
okay. I'll give everybody this one out. You can absolutely tear me to shreds for every other placement on this list that I've said. I will open it, but you can't criticize me on this one. Piranha Bytes are my boys. It is a game.
It is that.
No, I need to
Listen,
base it in. So it is for me. It is in like that S tier thing, but it's not an S tier. It's the same thing with like Swan Song. It is for me an S tier, but it's not an S tier game. So I'll put it behind Borderlands in B. That's me grounding myself. If I was not grounding myself, it would be in the S tier.
so Army of Two, the Devil's Cartel. That was the one that I kind of slipped up. Are you happy with that ranking for the Army of Two, or is there some place where it feels more fitting? Now looking back at this, just kind of the overview before we wrap out of this,
No, that's fine. That's about right.
above Halo 4.
Yeah, Halo 4
Perfect.
wasn't all that.
Well, dude, that was a journey through the top 100 and like 125 Xbox 360 games. Now, before we get out of here, we got to take one more glance over this. I know we've been here forever, but let's take one more glance over this, see if there's anything we want to change around because we're locking this in, cementing it in
How about
stone,
this? For each tier, you get to move one game up one.
up one
We get
spot.
we get one each, and it's you.
Ooh.
So, for instance, what and you can't counter it. Okay, would it be brutal? So if
Ooh.
you turn around and go, okay, so for instance, like Mass Effect 2 up one, and then I could be like, mm, no, Deus Ex up one. Like you can technically counter it if you want to
Okay.
like throw your vote that way. But
Oh, okay. All right. Let's start low. Let's start low, work our way up, have some fun.
okay,
C tier.
kind of writes itself.
Yeah, I
um,
honestly I'm cool with C tier.
I'll say Assassin's Creed 1 up one.
Okay,
I'll give it over WWE.
that's fine. I'll yeah, I'm totally fine with that. Um honestly, I'd cool with bumping Assassin's Creed to the top of C tier just as like, hey, this kicked
Yeah,
off everything.
there you go.
Yeah. All right.
There we
Um
go.
B tier. I so it'd be your go. It'd be your go. Or should we alternate per tier? That way the counter.
Nah,
Okay.
I mean, if you want to, however you want to do it.
Let's alternate per tier.
Okay,
So I'll go this time. That way
sure.
you can counter and then you go and it doesn't fucking matter. I will bump up in the B tier, hmm, I'm gonna go for a pretty simple one here. I'm gonna go UFC Undisputed 2010 above Limbo. That's a really fucking good. That's a really, really good UFC game, and there's not many really good UFC games. We have like the interviews with Joe Rogan and shit. Like that's crazy. Like
Hmm.
dialogue decisions you can make. That was nuts. So I'm gonna go that one up one.
Saints Row 4. We got one.
Okay, ahead of Skate.
Head escape. Yeah,
Perfect.
that looks much more
So now it'd be
correct.
you going first on the A. That way I can counter if I need to.
Oh, easy. Deadly Premonition up one. Better than Fable 2. Get out of here.
I'm totally fine with that. I mean, I would take Fable 2 ahead of it, but Deadly Premonition fucking rules, so I'm not going to counter that one. Um, what I will do here, though, is I'm going to bump Gears of War ahead of Just Cause.
That's fine.
I think Gears of War
Not
is
that I have to
really
say anymore.
Gears of War is really important to that system, man. I just want to. I'd
It
actually
does.
like to bump it up even more, but it's Gears of War is really important to that system. I'm happy with its placement.
It feels befitting that it is on that top line.
Yeah, yeah, right. Okay, so now it would be me again. That way you have
Yep.
the option to counter. This is a good system. I will go with, oh, easy. Dead Space 2 ahead of Call of Duty Black Ops 3. I fucking love Dead Space 2. It's like one of my favorite games ever. Pure personal pick.
Um. DMC4 up one, please. I don't
Oh
feel. I
God.
don't. Yep. I don't feel as bad as doing that because, like I said, there has to be a Rockstar game in that like top three, and there is. So.
That's so funny. No, I can't counter it. All right, so now it's you again.
Hmm.
And we're at the S plus. We're at the big dogs.
I'll put my money where my mouth is. Witcher 2 over Skyrim, please. Thank you.
I'm not gonna argue it. I'm not gonna argue that. Um, I will go with fucking Love Life, Arkham City over Dark Souls.
No, my soul.
Anytime I get the chance to do it, I will happily take it.
It stayed on that top line though.
It did.
My boy.
It did.
My boy.
Oh, that is fucking funny, man. That was awesome. That was really, really fun. Great way to end this. Hey, but before we go, is there anything you want to look at that we both can agree on that needs to move? Anything like that? I'm looking at S tier. I'm pretty happy with everything on S tier. There's nothing I'd really like to move around there. You feel similarly? I mean, of course,
I mean,
there's things personally.
is there anything that is truly screaming out at you of being like, no, 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 no?
I feel like you could swap Red Dead and Dragon Age Origins, but at the same time, like I think I like those games pretty close to one another.
Yeah, we can do that.
I
We
mean,
got two BioWares in the top three.
that is true.
Like, Jesus Christ.
If it was up to me, I'd take Arkham Asylum over Origins, but we can leave it here. I don't want to drop Origins too far because it is a phenomenal game. Um, anything else on that S tier for you? S plus tier?
Nope.
The S tier. Um, egregious placement. Any egregious placements? I think I'm fine with the S tier. Maybe I would swap Dragon Age 2 over Test Drive 2, but like I can't fucking really make that claim because I haven't played Test Drive 2. I yeah, Yeah, I'm good with S tier.
Yep.
A tier. Can I make a personal swap here?
I mean, it depends.
The Walking Dead over Saints Row 1. The Walking Dead was hella impactful, man.
Yeah, I'll agree to that.
I feel like I often undercut how important that game was. I mean, that
I mean, you can
revitalized.
you can move it up one more. There's no way it's more impactful than Dead Island.
All right.
Uh,
Um, I'm cool with leaving it behind the Darkness 2, though. The Darkness 2
yeah.
was the shit. Um, Ultimate Alliance 2 ahead of the Darkness 2? Is that something that you?
Um. Yeah.
Okay.
As cool as things were in the Darkness 2 is kind of just the bog standard first person shooter campaign for the most part.
Yeah. Anything else on that A tier that you want to swap around?
No, I think I'm good.
B tier, I. Could we swap Skate and Saints Row 4? Just in terms of importance, once again, kind of creating that whole thing. I know Saints Row 4 we probably like more.
Mm.
I mean, I'm cool if we keep Saints Row 4 ahead of it. I'm cool with that.
I couldn't in good faith because I played Skate 1 and I genuinely despised it.
That's
I felt
totally
like it was
fine.
such a it was kind of like me going back to like RE1 and it's being
Yeah,
like, man, I can't go back.
that's totally fine. And then yeah, C
I'll
tier.
anchor myself.
I'm totally good with C tier, and you are as well, I assume. Not a whole lot in there to even. So, dudes, that right there is the top 100 Xbox 360 games of all time, determined by yours truly, Loon and I, as we sat here for 4.5 hours, four fucking whatever. I was absolutely absurd, Loon. I apologize for dragging you into this mess. Um, we hope you all enjoyed our ranking out there as well. So it's like 9 games, 10 games per one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Okay, so it's 8 games per. So if you counted them up that way, if you want to just do a quick scroll through there so that you can all actually line it up and count out the top 100. There you have it for all
And
the games.
obviously, there's 100% we've missed a title or two.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
I said, when I was looking back and I was like, ah, damn, Darksiders and stuff like that. So, what are ones that we did miss out on, and you think should have like made the cut? Because if
Absolutely.
someone drops it and I'm like, oh yeah, duh, how did we miss that?
Yeah.
I welcome that.
Well, yeah, and also just let us know because fuck, we want to play games. Like there's probably a bunch of great 360 games that y'all love that we've never touched. You know what I mean? So we're always looking to add some more fuel to the backlog of fire. So yeah, guys, that is the top 100 Xbox 360 games of all time, according to us. Let me know in the comments down below if you want to see more ranking videos like this for other consoles. We'll maybe try to shrink it to 50 next time so we're not here for 4+ hours fucking talking about the PlayStation 1. Um, we appreciate you guys so much for tuning in. And yeah, subscribe, like, share, all that good shit. We hope you enjoyed. Loon, any parting words for the good people, or should we get the hell out of here so we can try to?
We get out everyone's here. We've we've rambled enough.
We gotta find some sanity. I'm losing my mind. I'm claustrophobic in this room surrounded by games, and all these plastics are seeping into my pores. We appreciate you guys. We shall see you very soon. Hope you all enjoy, and apologies. Goodbye.
See you later.